Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe and so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will. Never surrender, one with the solo warrior.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, March 9th. We have a great show planned for you. 12 Lion Helps. That's by Brother Tavis. It's an original song that he came up with, and he just let me use it. So truly appreciate the brother for that. So yeah, that's an original song from an indigenous American Indian. So peace and love, family. So we are on episode, what are we on? Child, it's been one of those days. Episode 10 of our series, Universal Language, Codes and Symbols. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. But I do highly encourage you, if this is your first time joining us for this series, to kind of go back and look at some of the earlier episodes. The purpose of this series is to, number one, start introducing the concepts of metaphysics, which are really talking about the secret hidden language of how the universe really works. Okay, so that's through codes, symbols, how energy moves and respond to certain things. So before we get deep into it, I do want to send a shout out to the YouTube family. So let's send a shout out to the YouTube chat. Shout out to Sis Stephanie. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to MNFMC. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Sis Alicia. Shout out to Brother Wild Indian Don. Shout out to Brother Dwayne. Shout out to Sis Sandra. I think I got everything. Did I get Sis Angela? I don't think I got you. And shout out to Sis Angela. And then shout out to the YouTube family watching. Okay, so let me bring Sis in. Child, let me hit this record because I be the main one with
recording
attitude.
In progress.
All right, so let me bring on Sis Sandra, and then we're going to go ahead and get started. There she is. Peace and love, Sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda. I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. Back to being cold, girl. I'm sitting up here in sweatshirt, shirt up under up underneath. So you know how it is.
Yeah, they changing the temperatures and stuff. We got rain coming, and I'm like, okay, but it's 67.
Well, at least that got better.
67.
Yeah, I heard that it was gonna rain up in those mountainous areas that's been getting all of that snow. So
yeah, Mount Arrowhead. Arrowhead, and let's see, some community up there. They got 15 feet.
Oh my God. So
yeah, no.
The news people was saying, well, number one, them people have to get that snow off that roof, or them roofs are going to collapse. But if they haven't got that snow off, that rain coming through, that's going to be a wrap. They stuff finna fall in. So interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They say, Nuisance is out of town, and he's not going to give a state of the state, and so on and so forth. You know, he's on Walgreens case.
For what?
Because they won't sell that over-the-counter birth control thing.
Oh.
Abortion pill. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So he said, nope. They said no to Walgreens selling that. Walgreens said no, because the government say you're going to get fined.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Because of the law. Okay. Got you. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, but is he gonna pay the fines for Walgreens?
You know, the boy is, a globalist person, and their attitude is to kill everybody. So the newborns are no special people, nor as children with the hoochie coochie. So, I mean, everybody's fair targets. Old
Right.
folks, young folks, it don't matter. So
Anybody can
why?
get it.
Yeah, anybody can get it, they say. But I'm going to talk about that hoochie coochie too in a little bit. But I'm going to do some facts I found out today. But anyway, the people are getting told, you're supposed to take this for your job. If you don't get this for your job, you're not
What,
going
the
to have a
hoochie coochie?
job.
Yeah, they
the
was
hoochie
threatening
coochie.
people. I know people that threw up the deuces and told their employment go F yourself and spin on it. And it was a big employer telling people they had to take
Hospitals.
it. Yeah,
Hospitals are doing that.
yeah, but these people, they were the tech workers, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah,
And they were
got
working
fired
from
anyway.
home. And they were
Yeah.
still mandating them to get the hoochie coochie. And a lot of people said, "Go F yourself. I'm out of here. I go up the street and get another gig."
Well, yeah, my daughter fell under the military codes, and they said, and she works from home, and they said she had to take it. But let me tell you something that's people were not paying attention to about it. My son, he has a new job. He's a pharmacy tech, and he's going to work in the hospitals now. They required him to take the hoochie coochie, and I said, well, besides whatever concepts that you have for your objections, it's not a vaccine. It's a gene therapy.
Oh yeah.
And so they are marketing this thing as a vaccine, but it's not. That mRNA is the DNA or RNA molecule that the mother gives to the child.
Right.
So my thing is, these people who are doing that, I don't know who's talking. That's probably him right now. This is Thursday. But the mother gives the thing to the child, and that gives her the immunity and all that kind of stuff. So, and it writes the DNA code for the proteins and things. So why are they selling this to these people as a vaccine when that's not really what it does? It does not block the COVID. They said that themselves. But today, other day, they're having hearings, in the Republican House and stuff about all these people, especially old F boy. I'll just use first name. Initial.
Oh yeah, got you. F. Ashi. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So this is what happened. They got in there the former CDC director, doctor of CDC. And it turns out, which I already knew, because it's not a vax. It's a gene therapy. And I already knew that it was the characteristics that they applied to it is not a vaccine on this planet or virus on this planet that acts like that. And I'm like, that's crazy, because I'm in that field and I'm like, I've never heard of any such thing. But anyway, he testified that it was out of that lab. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
And is not naturally occurring in nature.
Ashi.
No, this doctor, CDC.
Oh, okay.
Well, since he's out there, can I call his name?
The CDC doctor? Yeah, go ahead.
Dr. Robert Redfield.
Is he a doctor? He's a doctor with the CDC?
He was, yes.
Oh, he was. Okay,
From
okay.
2018 to 2021, I think it was.
Okay.
So he got up there and told him they knew, like 3 days into, I guess, February, that it was manufactured by human hands. because they have a CRISPR or something to, kind of make her for vaccines where they can change the DNA sequences and all this kind of stuff. And so they knew that it was man-made. He didn't go along with the program, so they wanted to block that it was coming out of that lab. And so they changed their story 3 days later that it was natural. It came from a monkey, from another province.
And then harassed everybody else out the gate that said it was manufactured.
Exactly.
Literally, weren't they not calling it fake news? I don't want to lie up upon nobody how they lie upon the content creators. But weren't they calling that fake news when the content creators came out and said, this is manufactured. This isn't something that happened and occurred naturally.
Exactly. And they were not only going, censoring them, they censored everybody from saying it. You got your bots coming up, and then the doctors who didn't want to take it, and they got up there and they say, no, we got stuff for that. They had them people losing their certificates of license.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yeah.
Child, it's getting ready to be some lawsuits. Go, y'all get their ass. If they messed with your ends,
yep,
regarding this fuckery, go get them. Because I told y'all people were going to be able to go after employers. I told you, number one, it was illegal. And the Supreme Court came back and said you can't mandate something like that. I told y'all that off the bat that it was illegal. And I told y'all folks need to go after their employers that fired them, gave them their ultimatums, and I hope in the medical profession, go after them folks that messed with your ends. Hit them in their pockets. Don't let them get away with it.
I agree. So what Fauci did, did I say that?
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead on. Shit. But go ahead, sis.
What he did was give $9 million for the ones who said it was not natural. He gave them $9 million to shut them up. And then he turns around and write a paper.
Gave who $9 million?
It wasn't. Yeah. $9 million for all the people that died. Was it worth it?
That ain't enough far as I'm concerned.
All them lives, like 1 million people? No, and worldwide, 20-something.
Hit them in the pockets, y'all. That's all I can say.
It's all about the money, but then again, it's about the global narrative, because if they can show that some other team is telling lies and they're the truth, trust us. And that's basically what they told all the people. Trust us.
What gets me, because again, we are grown ass people. And if I tell you I don't want to do something, that's what the fuck I mean.
Exactly.
That's what I mean. And you telling me I have to force something into my body, you're telling me my consent don't matter. I told y'all that shit out the gate. That's never set well with me.
Well, you know what? You can't even get a job nowadays unless some of these places you need to take that hoochie coochie.
I'm telling you what I know. Soon as that Supreme Court ruling hit, them jobs fucking stopped it immediately. Because some jobs were smart enough to say, their legal counsel was smart enough to say, I would not mandate this if I was you. You can encourage people to get it, but I would not mandate that. A lot of companies did not follow that bullshit Biden was talking. Because when he was standing up there, barely standing at that, talking that bull crap about what he was going to mandate, I was screaming at the TV, you ain't going to do a mother effing thing. You ain't.
I got headaches. I got many headaches because I knew what it was.
Yeah, I knew what it was. I'm like, you can't force people to do that.
They did.
So they bullied people. And this should be a lesson to everybody. That's why when we sit up here and talk to you all about consent, do no harm to others, we literally mean that. They bullied people into taking that mess. They bullied and scared them. And my point was,
tactics.
On my
That's
part,
right.
this just Rhonda's philosophy. This ain't no shade
Coach
on
James.
people that took it. That's your business, baby. That ain't got nothing to do with Rhonda. That's your business. I respect your decision. What I'm saying is they wasn't finna tell me a so-and-so thing regarding what goes in my body. No, I don't care what you say. You gonna drop dead. Okay, well then that's the chance I'm gonna take.
That's
okay,
the chance we're gonna take. Exactly.
All right,
exactly.
I done made instructions. I done laid out instructions for my family on what the hell to do with my remains. But I don't give a damn what you say. This should be a huge lesson to the world. Your health, your decisions is your health and your decisions. Nobody should be able to tell you different. That's even like a medical doctor. If you need certain treatments, they can't force those treatments on you.
No.
Even if it's life or death. So what made the government think, and how gullible people are, why would you even listen to them bully threats? That's one time I was like, I'm going to be like the term from St. Louis. Baby, you got to prove it to me because I ain't finna move. I said what I said. And the answer is no. But I told y'all that stuff was going to be labeled at the Supreme Court level that they can't do that. And it wasn't about, let's be clear. Of course, that's the legal side of it. But more importantly, let's talk about the spiritual legalities. I told y'all back then they were going against universal law. I told y'all that. So that's the
true.
main two reasons why the Supreme Court said no. The first one was the legality, and the second one was basic universal law. So everybody that took that stuff, you did it out of fear because, they say really there's only two emotions and all the other emotions stem from either fear or love. All right. So we should understand from a kind of chakra perspective, the fear is at your root chakra, and then love is at like that third eye level. Okay. But you took that stuff either out of fear, and fear that includes survival, your ends being messed with, or peer pressure and bullying.
Right, exactly. Mm-hmm.
You are an adult. When we talk about you are responsible for your decisions, you're responsible for the world you want to create, we fucking mean that. So the world set up and let these governments bully them and fear tactic them for putting something in their body where they even lied about where the origins come from. That it don't sit well with me at all. So this should be a huge lesson to people. And those same ones that was running around here bullying, talking shit. You talk shit about the conspiracy people. You talk shit about black people. Now, one thing about black people, you know I keep my foot in our asses for being raggedy. And that ain't gonna stop. But this we was right on. We like, I don't give a damn what you say, baby. I'm not finna do it. This one time, majority of black people hung on to that. And it's sad, but we saw some of the older population, they went on ahead and got it in the black community. Not everybody, but a lot did. Okay, but shout out to black folks. We like, no, we ain't feeling that.
Well,
and people was talking shit. So I'm giving this look like we fucking told you so. And following every time you follow the collective and you don't have the guts to stand on your own, you're gonna get screwed. Every time you don't make decisions for self, you're gonna get screwed. Because they're banking on you to have fear. They're banking on you to follow the crowd.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Well, another thing, now this is the kicker. He was funding, Dr. F was funding the gain of function over there in that lab over there.
All of that was brought out and they shut people down. They let me turn this camera off. They shut people down in the social media community. All of that was brought up. Every single stitch. And it was. And those people out the door that broke that news, they were correct.
I'm sure they were. Reputable doctors have lost their license when I finish with them,
they'd be like, "Oh, we never should have met. Yeah, you never should have fucked with me." All of that part.
Well, the thing is, taxpayers' money paid for it because that $9 million was taxpayers' money. So what's happening in this country so far is that we're paying for our own demise. Because they're taking what taxes that you put in there, or whoever puts in those taxes, to go to these things. They knew what was going on. They knew. I don't know. It's just really bad.
And they, number one, they do it because they're pretty sure they can get away with it.
Yeah, because the WHO, was making people take it. He's not even a doctor. That dude is not.
Again, I'm just going to be clear. I understand what you're saying, but I'm making a point when I keep bringing this up. Nobody can make you do anything.
And they shouldn't have.
So the only way you go, and that still ain't making me, is if you wrote me down and jabbed me. Because all those rumors was floating around too, and I said, I guarantee you they're not going to do that. And it's not out of cruelty. It was out of, oh, dang, that's a blatant, direct violation of universal law. And I don't want that associated karma to come back on me. So I'm only saying this because this should be a lesson. They're not making you do anything. You have to make a decision. Now, I'm not advocating not one bit you should lose your ends, because you got to do what you got to do. Now, what I am suggesting to you, since we're talking about metaphysics, you need to make it known from an energy perspective. Remember, because we're talking about, words, symbols, codes, language, that if indirectly you have to do some things because you were put in a certain position, then you make it known that that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Well,
But
I got my
ultimately,
son.
it's your decision. And with all of your decisions, you hold the necessary responsibility and outcome. I'm sorry, go ahead on.
No, I helped my son get out of it because a new job, right? He has a new position. And they wanted him to do that. I said, you tell them it's not a vax. It's not a vax. It's a gene therapy. Because what you're doing is transferring from your mother's mRNA to something else's mRNA. It's not natural. And it's against principles to do that. So it's like transforming yourself into something else that you're not. And and people who've taken it, I can't tell. Somebody asked the question. I can't tell you what to do except for to keep your immune system up and take all your stuff and dandelion tea and all that kind of stuff to reverse it and stuff to keep the spike proteins down. But the thing is that they knew this. They knew it. It's not a surprise to them. They hid it. And it was naturally hid for people to trust them. But what has the government ever done for you?
And I guess my whole point to that again is we're grown ass adults.
Yeah.
With responsibilities for yourself and our children.
Mm-hmm.
You have to make the decision for yourself and for your family. Period.
I know.
You have to make that decision. Now, absolutely, they was being on a slick with it, and I think Sis Thelma said it's not an informed consent. I absolutely agree. Which I said I would make it known. I would make it known. I'm not consenting to this. Bottom line. Now, if you're messing with my money, my livelihood, woo, 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 I'm still putting it on record. I don't consent to this.
Exactly.
Not only is it a physical legality behind that, more importantly, there's a spiritual component to it. But most people didn't even take it into consideration.
No,
they stuck out their arm. They did what they needed to do because they trusted what the government, what they said. They either trusted what they said or they got scared and went on ahead and did it.
Or all of the above.
Or all of the above. Because if people, number one, if people get some type of logical reasoning in their thought process and get some guts and stand up for something, they never would have been able to pull that out or pull it off. They know
G-
what they are doing because they understand the 99% or the 90% populist mindset. They know exactly
Right.
what they need to say. They know exactly how they need to put it for majority of the population to do it. And for those that don't do it, they know they could take that 90% to try to shame the other 10%. And in this case, the 10% that was like, I don't give a doggone what you say. I ain't doing it. Shout out to you.
That's truth.
And I'm going to tell y'all, people sit up and talk shit about conspiracy theorists, and not saying that they get everything right, but so far their record been pretty good. But they talk shit about conspiracy theorists. I done told y'all, the population that's always going to give them the most trouble, I keep telling you what I know. It's the hills and the hood. The people that they consider the poor people, who they want out the gate to go for it. And the hills and the hood, like, what? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. So shout out to them. But the rest of the middle class and the model citizens that talked all cash, tough money shit, baby. They were the ones lined right up. I'm telling you what I know. Because I could just use my situation with just a particular circle. And in one of this particular circle, it was only two of us was like, oh, okay then. And everybody was talking about when they had their appointments. And I went and got my first and a second and a this and a this and a that and a bling and a blah. And, they was kind of nervous because they know, don't ask Rhonda, you MF right, because it ain't none of your mother effing business. It's not your business. So they, by default, pretty much knew that I didn't do it because I wasn't sitting on there talking about which appointment I didn't went to and which center I didn't went to and all of that crap. And ask me, out of those group of people that bragged about their appointments, how many of them did not get it? None of them. All of them got it. But guess who didn't get it?
I didn't.
So again,
Right.
you are responsible for your decisions. You are a grown-ass adult. Most of us also have responsibilities for little ones. I keep telling y'all, this herd mentality, you always gonna mess yourself up. Each and every time you're going to be screwed. If they telling you to look up, you better be looking down and sideways and turning around. And the last place you look is up where they tell you to look. They know exactly what to do. Because people are not sure of themselves enough to say, well, I don't care what, baby, that's what you gonna do. What, sweet pea, listen now, darling, go on and do your thing, child. It's not for me. They know that most people don't have the balls to say, I'm not doing it. So again, shout out to the 10% that said no yesterday. They said no today, and it's going to be no in the future. This was yet another experiment on how far they can go and what the public at large will allow them to get away with. That's all it is. Because if people stood their ground, they wouldn't have been able to get away with it. We just all would have been at the crib. Chilling.
Having our parties, having all our guests like Nuisance and all them people went to their little parties and talk about people who need to wear masks and they didn't wear masks at their little wine parties.
Yeah, they kicking it like kicking it, having parties like, hey, turn up. Ain't a mask in sight. Yeah. Whatever. But as far as complying, putting something in my body that I don't want, no, that's not going to happen. Now, if I have to go into your establishment and you require me to put on a mask, I'm going to respect that because that's your establishment. That would be like somebody coming through your front door, and if your policy is you have to take off your shoes, that's your policy in your establishment. That I didn't have a problem with. I'm not finna be up in no motherfucking store arguing with somebody over what they want to take place in their establishment. I didn't have an issue with that. But as far as somebody telling me what I needed to put in my body, untested, nah, bruh. Nah, sus, I'm not doing it. So I'm going to say again, each person, if your ends was messed with regarding that, hit them in their pockets. Hit them in their pockets. Use that Supreme Court case ruling as such. Bottom line. So, anyhow.
So, I also heard about, what is it? The January 6th committee. And the stuff they show. I don't know if anybody watched Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, he'll get on my damn nerves, girl. My nerves is too bad for that. But yeah, go ahead, sis.
I don't watch the news, but I did watch January 6th, the whole situation there at the Capitol. I said it, my house. I started from the beginning all the way to the end. So. Imagine my surprise when everybody's saying those people went up there to do all that violence. I said, what violence? and so I said, they weren't doing nothing. They didn't have anything. What are they talking about? My family literally yelled at me and almost cussed me out about the fact that they did do that. They did do that. They did. So they got the pictures from the Capitol. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I hit the explosion by mistake. Go ahead.
They hit they showed the pictures from the Capitol, videos from the Capitol cameras and other cameras they had around, and Tucker Carlson showed it on his show. I think it was Monday. Mm-hmm. And man, it's lit up the net and everything about that. And what it shows is that the police officers, the Capitol Police, were opening the gates and welcoming the people in.
Yeah, I didn't hear because I can't stand Carlson with his ugly haircut. But
I don't even watch it. But
they hit back saying that he was only showing clips.
No.
and
They showed clips.
he was manipulating them. I was like, child, I don't care about none of that. It was orchestrated. And again, the conspiracy theory, the conspiracy theorists that pointed that out, that the security guard, ran like a little schoolgirl. And I think I run, I run better than he ran. And he was supposed to be a security guard, but that's nonetheless. They were saying that they were slicing and dicing those clips that they were showing on the Jan 6 stuff, and I just laughed and turned the channel and kept it pushing.
I saw it, and they weren't slicing and dicing. I saw the date. I believe
because we again the quote conspiracy theorist called that out early.
Yeah.
They ran the news footage and they were like, oh, isn't this convenient? Isn't that convenient? And isn't this convenient? And they were calling that fake news too.
You know what was convenient? Nancy had her daughter there, who's a documentary type person, with a camera crew to film stuff. And so she, they say, improvised on the one the Congress, J6 Congress people showed to the public the first time. Those were improvised. So, and I agree, because I'm like, what is it? Remember I said a long time ago when it happened, I said it was about 26 degrees out there. And then
it sure was cold that time. On. Yeah.
Yeah, they had costumes on and no coats hardly. And they were in the Capitol taking pictures and walking through there. And some of them were in the chamber up in the balcony and stuff. You can't have a costume on unless you plan it or you made it yourself the night before. You have to rent those things. And then they didn't have any coats on. Were the people outside that was listening to Mr. T, they had coats on, hats on, they had their children out there, they had all that kind of stuff. And so all they showed is that these people was, the people who was taking the videos that was in the audience at that time, listening to Mr. T or Trump a Dump, they weren't doing anything. So Pelosi's daughter had meetings prior to the January 6th thing and was telling her crew what they're going to do. So it was really, in their opinion, a setup. And I already knew it was going to be a setup because they hated Trump to a nice faction. But the reason they hate him, right, is because the bankers, allegedly, according to the documents that we studied and read from Brother Odell, is part of the gangsters. They are the drug cartels and all of that stuff. And also there's paperwork coming out that they found out that they're making money hand and fist because they're all working together. So, it's all about going back to that Bible with a red letter writing about keeping these people under control until we need them. And then it's all into the Catholic, hands. All that money that goes hid in that vault. I'm trying to say in code until they break it out there, because, it's been run by people on this planet to master the monies and get all the wealth of this planet from the people. So this goes to Ukraine. Ukraine is getting wealth from lots of nations, not just the United States. What are they doing that for?
It's money laundering, in my opinion. It's money laundering.
It's money laundering, but there's factions that's behind it. And so all of this stuff is to prevent people from getting their equilibrium back and getting their freedom back. Because once they get everything they want for you, you're going to own nothing and be happy. You're going to be the slave to them. You're going to be chipped or whatever they're doing, transforming you
Here's
to
my thing.
subservience.
Let's just keep this real simple. They've already done that with
Yeah,
that
well,
chip
yeah.
stuff. Let's put that on the back burner. That's already been done.
Yeah.
So again, what are you going to do about it? Because we're literally past the point of, oh, you know, they gonna do this, they gonna do that, they go, okay, all right, let's talk about where we're at now. What are you gonna do about it? Because everybody talk, but what are you gonna do about it? And until people stand up and don't consent, you get what you get. It's simple. We don't have to go up the corner, around the block. We ain't got to analyze, danalyze, none of that. What are you going to do about the now? Yep, that part.
Stay out the play. Just get away from the play. Don't be a part of it. It's just because once you start consenting to what they're going to do to you, our people need to get wiser, but they're not going to, obviously, because
Yeah,
they keep
and
falling for
again,
the same okie
you
doke.
know my motto, I don't care what the 99% does.
Yeah, I know.
They have to catch up. I cannot make someone get it. I cannot make someone feel a certain way. What I can control is my reality and my thing. I can put the information out there, but it is up to them to do something with it and to take action. We are adults. We're not children. And you have a lot of adults running around on this planet operating from a spiritual mindset of a child. And when you act in that manner, you're going to be treated as such. So I
That's
say,
true.
and I say again, what are you going to do about it? And see, again, most don't have the gumptions to say, nah, I'm good over here. It's simple. We're not going to make it complicated. We're not going to spend years and years and years. I've done that earlier during my social media career. And then when I finally got it, oh, Rhonda, who the hell are you to sit up here and keep telling people, you need to do this, you need to do that, you're no better than the rest of the people. It is each person's individual decision. It is their responsibility to govern self. This is why I say most people are not ready to step into, not ready and are not prepared to step into leadership positions because they can't even govern self. So again, what are you going to do about it? Because that's not my concern what your decision is. That's the bottom line. I ain't set up and argue with nobody during that whole fiasco, swung on nobody. I'm not finna get in no arguments with you, baby, about none of that. It's their decision. Because either way, they own the consequences with their decisions. Exactly, Shrugs. As long as you don't trespass on one's property or persons, you can do what you want. Absolutely. Hence the term, do what you will, just do no harm. So I don't have the right to tell people what to do. All I could do is put the information out there. You make your own decision.
Mm-hmm.
Don't base your decision on what Rhonda gonna do. Because I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. So it is what it is. All right, sis. You have any other go ahead on with the fuckery?
Well, I do, but I'll let you go.
Okay. All right. And we can switch back and forth. Okay, so shout out, Sis Divinity has sent me this last week, but child, we had so much stuff to go over last week. I know I missed this. So let me bring this up. Why is that on? Okay, display capture. All right, let me get, I'm trying to be disciplined, y'all, and do Zoom. All right. Okay, so shout out to Sis Divinity for sending me this. Now, remember, fam, yeah, my allergies just killing me. And when you be live on the air on camera, why you be having a phobia like, I don't want no boogers showing in my nose? And I don't have none.
I can't see that
up.
well.
Right.
We can't see.
Okay, but still, my allergies acting up, so I'm all paranoid, so I have to keep going off camera. All right. So shout out to Sis Divinity. Remember when I told y'all that California talk of reparations, I told you all that was the testing ground for them to come up with some type of formula to roll it out across the country.
Yeah.
Okay. So shout out to Legendary Top Cats. I think it was earlier this week. Pulled up from the California thing over in Cali, sis. I don't know specifically where in Cali, but they had an open to the public forum on reparations. And so he was playing like that, the playback of that particular open forum. And so they had the reparation committee people taking the questions from the public. Child, they ain't even got the stuff off the ground in Cali, honey. And baby, let me tell you something. The community was in their ass already. They talking about where did the money go? It was over $1 million something. Oh, that was San Fran. Thanks, Shrugs. And San Fran. Child, they already calling out the little reparation committee people on what did y'all spend that $1 million something on? We don't need y'all to tell us how to allocate and spend the money. Woo, woo, woo. 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Already. And I was just sitting back, listening like this shit is BLM all over again. All over. So let's see. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Huh?
We don't have money according to what they've been saying lately in California. They're in deficit.
That's why I'm like, where Cali getting that money from? Cal, they could kill me. They could kill me. The government is like those of us that grew up with old school grandmas. Let me tell you something about them. She kept us some money. You understand me? She kept her some money, baby. May have been in some envelopes with the different labels. Okay, this the Christmas fund. This the vacation fund. This the house money. You know, the grocery money and all of that. So when you ask, Big Mom, can I have some money for some, for what? Because I wanted to go, no, girl, I ain't got no money to be giving you. I always said she didn't have no money. But yet when you really needed it, okay, you graduating, going away to school, whatever the case may be, getting your little first apartment, she pull out that what? You're like, Grandma, where you get that money from? My point being, right, girl, why they pulling out that bra?
I'll be going, oh my God.
You know, that's old school, but I sure took that money. Thank you, Grandma. I was always on the slick getting my little ends from Granny. But the point being, that's what the government be doing. I ain't got no money. Going away from here. I ain't got no money. Can I get a tic-tac? Hell no, I ain't got no money. Then somebody else roll up, they got money. So that's my point with Callie. I said out the gate, where's Callie getting this money from? Because you broke his 4-5 dogs.
Yeah, he didn't give it. He's not even going to give the state of the state union address.
Why? Child, I can't.
That's why I said that, in the beginning, I didn't read why, but it had something to do with the budget, I think, and he didn't want to tell the people what was really going down in California. Yeah, because something else that happened here.
Child.
Oh, the people he left, and the people up there with the 15 feet of snow, he's done nothing to help them.
Oh, okay. Got you. So that's why he delaying or not going to have his little raggedy State of the Union.
Yeah, he left, they say.
Child. Yeah, so again, out the gate, I question where they was fencing to get that money. And Memphis, you on the list too. Where you getting this money? Because last time I checked, y'all a little bit raggedy too. Y'all on the little raggedy side. Okay, but let's see what what this article is about. Good morning, Memphis. This is executive editor Mark Russell, and you're reading the Daily Briefing, one of our digital shops for the best Memphis story from our... Okay. All right, baby, that's your plug. The largest county in Tennessee will soon launch a committee to study the feasibility of reparations for the descendants of slaves. Child. The $5 million will be restricted in Shelby County government's current budget until the subcommittee finds actionable items addressing 5 areas that include access to affordable housing and home ownership, affordable healthcare, systematic disenfranchisement in the criminal justice system, career opportunities, financial literacy, and generational wealth. Ciao. Catherine Burgess reported in this story. Helen Washington, the Memphis dancer who shaved her head to join Isaac Hayes on the tour and on the cover of Ebony magazine, providing a striking compliment to the famous ball. Listen, baby, what that got to do with the... Okay, was that it? Okay, well, shit, my bad. I was finna cuss y'all out. What they have to do? All right, so this was all of the article. Let me go here. Okay, let me go here. Ciao. This is really the article. It's clear something has to be done. That's all this resolution is trying to do, is saying we have to address what's happening in Shelby County in a different way, said Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. My people are dying on a daily. That's why I support this. The creation of the subcommittee, which will be housed under the Core City Neighborhoods and the Housing Committee, currently chaired by Commissioner Henry Brooks, was supported by all 8 Black county commissioners and all but 1 Democrat. Commissioners Amber Mills, Mick Wright, and Brandy Morrison all voted no, while Commissioners David Bradford and Michael Whaley voted to abstain after expressing concerns about the $5 million. The resolution uses the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America's definition of reparations, which is a process of repairing, healing, and restoring a people injured because of their group identity and in violation of their fundamental human rights by the government, corporation, and institutions and families. I mean, this definition sounds better than needing to be the descendants of slaves, but okay. The $5 million could potentially be reimbursed through funds from the America Rescue Plan Act, said Commissioner Edmund Ford Jr., since those funds have been used to support things like workforce development, small businesses, housing, and public health infrastructure. According to the resolution, Shelby County government will research and find ways to secure a designated reoccurring funding source for reparations. Ford said the resolution was not meant to be polarizing. If you want to despise the word reparations, fine. But let's not despise the work we plan on doing. At the end of the day, essentially, if we're going to talk about poverty, talk about crime, talk about better quality of life, study is necessary, Ford said. I just think it's hilarious that they're all starting with the study. The division of votes upon racial lines resulted in an at times emotional discussion. Jordan Carpenter, who previously ran in the Republican primary against Morrison, opposed the proposal in public comments. This proposal is just wrong. It's just plain wrong, Carpenter said. It should be noxious to the American mind. And so when our government officials implement programs that divide people based on race and advantage some groups while disadvantage other group or groups. Morrison also said she saw the resolution as un-American in a lot of ways and that the money would be better spent on workforce initiatives. Comments like that, however, came from people who have not lived in my skin and on a daily basis, Clay Bibbs said. $5 million won't right the wrongs of the past, Clay Bibbs said. It's just not even possible. All we're saying is we want to take the opportunity to use this money to put in 5 different pillars to help what it looks like to be a person of color in Shelby County. That's it. Commissioner Erica Sugarman spoke about how reparations were given to Japanese Americans who were sent to internment camps during World War II. Germany also paid reparations to survivors of the Holocaust. A relative on her mother's side of the family was, y'all see that word? Sugarman said. When Black people say, look, we want opportunities to study the situation, to make some differences, to implement 5 pillars, then all of a sudden it's un-American, she said. Don't dare say I'm un-American because I support this. Other local governments across the United States have considered and in some cases begun implementing reparations for African Americans. And we told y'all that was California was going to be the test ground for it. In Evanston, Illinois, and Evanston is a rich city, y'all. But we'll continue. In Evanston, Illinois, a program launched that gives residents $25,000 each for home repairs or property costs, but only applies to residents who lived in the city between 1919 and 1969, a time during which the city engaged in housing discrimination. Okay. In that case, the first $10 million in funding for a tax on gross sales of cannabis was dedicated to the program. Now that's interesting. So Evanston is not linking it to slavery. Okay. They're saying it's linked to housing discrimination, but notice between that particular time period. In St. Paul, Minnesota, at least they using weed, the sale of weed to pay for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Evanston is a rich area, y'all. Today it is. In St. Paul, Minnesota. So in other words, they ain't finna be paying out a lot. Because not many people can afford to live there. In St. Paul, Minnesota, a 2022 report suggests the possibility of direct payments to descendants of slaves. Funds from the American Rescue Plan were included as one source of potential funding, with others including sales tax or land sales proceeds. And in places like St. Louis, Boston, and more, committees have been appointed to research and recommend proposals. Federal efforts to enact reparations, first introduced in Congress in 1989, have continually stalled, leading local governments to consider and in some cases enact reparation plans. Shelby County has more than 477,000 Black or African American residents, according to the 2020 census, with those residents making up about 51% of the county. Okay, so that's quite a lot then. Shelby County's poverty rate is 17.9% overall, but 23.8% for Black residents, according to Memphis Poverty Fact Sheet for 2022, which analyzes the most recent census data. In the city of Memphis, the poverty rate rises at 22.6 overall and 26.5 for Black residents. Nationwide, around 3/4 of Black adults, 77%, say the descendants of people enslaved in the U.S. should be repaid in some way, while 18% of white Americans say the same. Pew Research Center. And I'm going to state this again for y'all, because the slow ones in the back are still not getting it. You're going to base your argument off of base your reparations argument off of your people were enslaved, you gonna have to prove it.
I don't think it's provable.
For some, it may be,
For some.
For some, you're gonna have to prove it. See, this is why they could play these psyop games with y'all. Because they know it didn't happen that way.
Remember that Freeman thing that we looked at? Mm-hmm. And how they stole their $57 million and the 40 acres and a mule? I guess some people didn't hear that one when you did it. because they're talking about, I want my 40 acres. 12 tribes said that. And I'm thinking, So they already gave out that money. That's probably why the Congress always vetoes or say nay on giving the reparations to the so-called melanated slaves, because they know who the slaves are. We went through a lot of this already.
Mm-hmm. So if you could prove it, go get your money. But just also know, white people can prove it too.
Yeah, and they keep records too, remember? Lots of records. They know who's who.
So I'm going to say again for the slow ones in the back. If your argument for reparations is based on your ancestors being enslaved, you have to prove it. So to prove it, what do you need to do?
Check the records.
Yep. What? Genealogy?
Shipping records will tell you a lot. You know what? I went to the crowns, the coat of armors, because they had they've been tooting a lot of stuff about the white man was a slave of his family. I forget the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
I have to look at my text. But I went and got the name of the family, and I put it in there, and I clicked on coat of armor and the name, where it came from.
Mm-hmm.
And it came out of areas that white folks weren't in at the time. Yeah. So my friend, I have a friend in Texas that always asks me stupid slave questions. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
How did we get the name? Is it their names? We have their names. They have our names. And so I just did that, the coat of arms and where it originated and who was who. And I hope she got it, because I'm tired of answering those kind of questions, because you can't talk to a rock, and people don't get it.
Yeah, child, I don't even be trying to. That's on them. Brother Shrug says, genealogy is the only thing to connect you to the ship records. That is correct.
Mm-hmm. And you can get
it. It doesn't matter what you say, what coat of arms, genealogy has to prove it. Bingo.
Yeah.
12 tribes said, I have records dated back in the early 1800s.
Oh, that's when they started doing this, yeah.
If you got your records saying your folks was slave, you got the records. That's why this conversation is an individual thing. Now, on one side, I was able to go back to Revolutionary War.
Right.
Blackity black black, blackity black, black 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 black. Still ain't found no slave.
Well, the 1800s is when they start taking down the European blacks, and all that kind of stuff happened in the 1800s. They weren't slaves at the time it happened. They were rulers.
Yeah, and on the other side is 1800s.
Yeah.
Before they said slavery was abolished, because they said it was abolished in 1865. Still ain't found no slaves. Or no mixture of we mix with white people, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Matter of fact, I ain't found no white person yet.
Neither to have
And it wouldn't have mattered if I did. It wouldn't have mattered if I did. I'm just saying from my personal journey. The popular narrative doesn't fit. I have the records to prove it. So again, for the slow ones in the back, if you're going to use in the reparations argument, you are descendants of enslaved people, you have to prove it. Right, SETI, I'm still having a hard time to find a slave record. Yeah, because all you have to do is look on the slave schedule, right?
Right.
That's all you have to do.
The census. The shipping.
And of course, ship manifest, okay? Because you should, if you're finding them on that slave manifest, then you're supposed to be using those names and keep going back, and trace it to what ship did they come on. These people know what they're doing. Yeah. They know what they're doing. So, people, attention, black people, reparations, black people, let me put you on game. Because even if you come back with that slave schedule and say, see, my people on this slave schedule. First of all, I'm finna look at that slave schedule and I'm finna see who the owner is. And if I look across that top and see black as the slave owner, go on and set it on down. You ain't finna get nothing. You not fencing to get that. So again, if I look on that slave schedule that your people are on, and I look up at the top and see the owner, and I scroll across that MFer and see black, go on and sit it down. If I scroll across there and see the name of the owner is the same as your name, and y'all all blackity black, that's your family. Who you think you're playing with?
Yep.
You ain't finna get nothing. Your whole argument goes out the door. And not only that, okay, your people on this slave schedule, what ship did they come on? Because then you have to dig up an African ship.
They didn't have many.
So I'll just say that for the slow ones in the back.
They didn't have many. Not for all the people they brought here. They had about 3 slave ships.
Because just because you don't do research on your family history, just because you don't check the official records, baby, they don't care about none of that. You ain't finna get nothing. Because even their slave voyage records says on the America shores, what was it, 300,000 total? Most of the slaves that came over here were in South America. Hold on a second. See, what we not finna do is play with me today. Or no day for that matter. So just hold on a second. Let me go on over here. Because people be killing me, be sitting up there like they all let in a bag of chips with some hummus and be dead fucking wrong. Be dead wrong. Don't even do basic research. So, all right. Let's pull this up. Let's run it. Hold on a second. Shit.
I heard, I don't know, a long time ago that some people...
Oh, okay, it's still doing it. Okay.
Because of the Jim Crow laws, pretended to have their relatives as slaves.
Right.
You know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I want to make sure that my people wasn't snatched up in this foolishness. Absolutely. So that's why I said, don't get happy. I'm just trying to put y'all up on game as you do your research. Don't get happy because you find people on that slave schedule. Better check and see. Number one, if the owner wasn't black, and number two, if your people are on there, were they family members?
Right.
And let's say the first two was no, they wasn't black. No, they wasn't family members. Then the next thing is, okay, what port did they come in on? Because if you know that port, you should be able to get the ship manifest because they kept very detailed records on that ship manifest. And more than likely, you're going to see your folks came from Europe. That particular line, anyway. You're Black Europeans. Okay? So let's run it. This is off slavevoyages.org. Okay? So we're just going to look. Is this the one? I think this is the database. Shit, I do this every time I come on here. Yeah, I think this is the database. Shit, I had it so good, y'all. Damn it. Damn, this telling right here. But, damn, y'all, I might have to pull it back. Don't tell me they changed. I might be in the wrong place. This is not the table I'm looking for. I do this every time I come on here, and then I get pissed after the fact I find it. So they saying this is transatlantic, but this isn't the view I wanted because it's a view that's going to show you 1600s, 17, 18 by country. Damn it. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm putting you up on game, reparations people. Shit. All right, I'm going to have to mess around with this and find it because I want y'all to see that view.
All the time.
Oh, do they? Because I hadn't been here in a couple months. So I'm going to look for that because now that's getting up under my skin. Shit. So I'm going to look for it. So bear with me. Nephew, are you on here? You got something to put on it? No, New Wise on here. See now? Yeah, he's on here now. Now I'm trying to find that view. And I do that every time I come on here. But if they changing it up, I don't feel so bad. Is it the estimates? Here it is. Ha, 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 ha. I do that every time. My bad, y'all. Okay. Okay, let me do this again. And I'll go back so you can see where I got this information. How I got to it, because I don't want y'all struggling and I do that every time I come in here.
You're not sharing anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to reshare. Okay, so what I had did was, shit, I didn't forgot just that quick. I went to estimates, y'all. Y'all, I'm a mess.
That's right.
Because I come here every couple months and do the same thing. Like, wait a minute, that's not the view I want. Shit. So, you see I'm under transatlantic. Do the drop down and then go to estimates, right? Okay, so you see over here, these are your filters. So the default on here was the 1500s through 1866. And you see the different countries, right? So, total through the 1500s through the 18. You got a total of 12.5 million. Now we're gonna change our filter. See, don't play with me. You understand me? Don't play. This is the U to the S to the A. Where are the millions? This ain't Rhonda's records. This they stuff. Again. This is, quote, quote, Turtle Island, the mainland, from the 1600s to the 1800s. 305,000 people. Total.
God damn.
Where are the millions? And you're staking your claim for reparations based on slavery, and you think these people finna pay you out? You're gonna have to prove it. That means your folks had to be one of the 305,000 people. And let's be clear, you still got to prove they're from Africa. Because as you can see, the slave trade was a worldwide thing.
Global.
So that don't mean, baby, that this 305,000 is exclusively Africans.
Nope, that would make sense. Huguenots.
Let's go to the Portugal, Brazil. And you see how they slick with it. The USA is just USA. But let's go to Brazil. So who got the highest number? Tap, 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 tap. From the 1500s to the 1800s, 5.8 million.
They were taking a lot of them out of Brazil. You know, that was what's wrong with Abraham Lincoln, because he was sending them back to Colombia when they wanted to send the people out of the country. He was going to tell the secret and send them back home. What they call it? It's not locate, but it's something. There's a word they use for it. He was going to send them to Colombia. And what I found out in that is that they got a lot of people from, that's probably why they're doing and letting the borders open right now. They got them a lot from Brazil and South America countries, and called themselves bringing them in from Africa, which they never did. That reminds me when you said that, because Brazil shipped out a lot of people.
So I'm just gonna run that for the slow ones in the back in the USA. 305,000
to 5 million.
You got to prove your folks was in this. Not only if they're in this number, you still got to prove that they came from the shores of Africa and not the shores of Europe.
That part.
But yet, Brazil has 5.8 milli.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at the Spain connection. Spain, 1 million and some change. Let's look at Great Britain. 3.2 million. Let's look at Netherlands. 554,000 and some change. Let's look at Parlez-vous Français. 1.3 million. I find it interesting that the Europe numbers are high. Now, it ain't interesting to me because I now understand true history. I now understand those wars and what they were really about.
Resetting. Mm-hmm.
Let's do Denmark. 100,000, a little bit over 100,000. So Denmark is the lowest. This is their own records. This ain't Rhonda stuff. This is their own records. Transatlantic slave trade estimates. Denmark has the lowest number, and the U.S. is second with 300,000. So now,
Brazil is not transatlantic. They put it under the transatlantic, huh? Did you notice that?
uh-huh. And Brazil has the highest number on here.
Yeah.
So now you finna get what now, baby?
They lied.
Based on a slave narrative. This is how I can sit comfortably and tell you more than likely you gonna lose. Because that math ain't mathing.
Nope, it's not. None of it.
Okay, so again, this is from Slave Voyage. They ain't trying to play with y'all. You understand me? Y'all saw when I was in here fumbling trying to find it before. And I was looking up under this stuff, and it was when I was on database, it had on here ships, owners. See, you can't play with me. Go and find somebody else to play with. And you ain't finna play with them people. I told you you're gonna have to prove it. Because they got the records. You better prove the year your folks came up over here. What ship? You gotta prove it. Because they already know. Even captain and crew, baby, they ain't playing. Vessel name, vessel owner. But see, people that do their genealogy, none of that ship manifest and all of that jazz, none of that's new to us. So y'all better be sure you know what you're doing when you out here following behind a movement. It's not those people's fault that put up the movement. It's your fault for following and not knowing and having your records and your things together. This is why you get nothing. You're arguing for the wrong things. That's why they don't take you seriously. You are allowing people to sit at the quote table on your behalf. You don't know what their true agenda is. Heck, you don't even really know what they're sitting at the table negotiating and bargaining on your behalf. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't play those type of games. You gonna have to run me your plan, baby. And I want to see it in writing, and I'm going to take that plan and I'm going to walk through it. I'm going to make sure that it makes sense. You cannot take a blanket payout based on a slave narrative reparations. The argument out the gate was flawed. I told y'all that. And I'm telling you that again. That's the wrong argument. And I'm not going to tell you the right argument, because all they going to do is take that, start another movement, and bamboozle y'all ass again. So I will not publicly tell you what the right argument is. It is not acceptable for us as adults to make these half-ass decisions. You have no information. You don't know what you're talking about. You have not done the research, and you are relying on someone else to sit at the table and negotiate on your behalf, and you ain't vetted them. You're too old for that. So I say, and I say again, that's why I don't support the reparation argument, because out the gate, your argument was flawed. The issue has never been for, quote, quote, those that identify as American Indians. It's never been about your people being slaves. That's not my business. That's your individual family business. My issue is you don't get to tell me who I am. You don't get to sit at the table and negotiate a doggone thing on my behalf and my family's behalf and my family's future generations' behalf. You don't get that right. That's always been my argument. So now you go do you. If you can prove it, you got all your documentation in order, la, 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 this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Run it. Do you. But I just gave you a little bit of the game. The biggest game is you're basing it on the wrong premise. All right. So, Dad, how the heck we get on that conversation? But doggone it, I'm glad we did. Because that ain't the first time I went over that stuff. But hopefully you all are seeing the correlations when I kept saying you ain't finna get nothing. You got to prove it, la, 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 la. And this is how I know most of you can't prove it. That math don't math. Not math, y'all. Math. Peace and love, nephew. How are you?
My man, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to hear your voice.
Too. I see you're on your soapbox early, but I got something for you with to add on to that is the story. Anyone that's asking for quote unquote reparations, what you're signing up for is another character in this story that they're trying to play out on us. So the Pope, we weren't religious. We never had any of this systematic system of operation prior to colonialism, let's say it like that. So all of this was brought onto us, and we know it was issued by the popes that came down the line, and they're just say they are the cast director for this play that we're playing out. They are the ones that are issuing out the roles and setting things up. Because if you're going to sign up as you're arguing as this slave that came off of Africa, then you have to sign up for the entire story that comes with it. And
that's right.
We've already done the research that all of it's a lie, all of it's a story that's being played on us. We've also gone back to know that it's a spiritual war, and they're resetting the mindset of the people. So you're signing up for this reset of being this AKA slave that came off of AKA boat, and you're an AK African American. That's now the character you're signing up to be. And they will pay you royally for this position so that you can act out in society the role they need you to act out to convince the masses that that storyline of being a slave is true. So that's all you're doing. You're signing up to be another cast in this play instead of being, as you said, Auntie would say, get off the board and let their play run its course, and you have nothing to do with it. Wash your hands from it. Stop identifying with that corporate fiction. Get up. I won't say anything, but stop identifying with that character. And the part of the character is you're a Black African American. Well,
Right.
I'm not.
Indeed.
I am.
Indeed, nephew. And the sad part about it for me, I told y'all, in my opinion, because I think what Callie was talking 100,000 a piece, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember correctly. And I told y'all that ain't enough money for me, number one. That's an insult. So it cheapens what you're even trying to pay me out on.
So payout.
That's how much
They know
they
you're worth more.
think of y'all.
Think of Dave Chappelle, what they did with Dave Chappelle. We all knew he made, I think, $50-some million, but at the end of his contract, they only want to pay him like 10% of that equation. And you want to be that guy. Yeah, I got my 10%. Yeah. But you should have had 55 million though, bro. That's all we're saying. If you understood the character you're playing.
Exactly. All right. Tag, I had another point and I forgot. Oh, well, shoot, I forgot that point. Okay, so next thing I want to go over, shout out, Sis Nonya sent me this, and I'm so behind in emails and all of that, fam. Sis Nonya sent me this, and she got it off of Copper Empress live show. So shout out to Copper Empress live for this information. She debuted this information on her show. And thanks, Sis Nonya, for bringing this to my attention. So let's get into this one. Just a second here, fam. Y'all know I gotta do this display screen situation. And let me do it for y'all. Let me go ahead on and share. Okay, so now I didn't get a chance to really see if this Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People of Republic China, I didn't get a chance to really vet if this is strictly coming from China, or if it's somebody else that stood up this site. Okay, it seems legit, but again, I did not vet it all the way to see if this is coming straight from China. But either way, I thought this was just absolutely very, very interesting. It came out last year, and this is the American Genocide of the Indians, Historical Facts and Real Evidence. Do you see the genocide of African Americans? Do you see the genocide of African slaves? Let's continue. The term genocide, made from the Greek word genos, race, nation, or tribe, and the Latin is that kederi, killing, annihilate. Oh, well, I didn't say it now. Annihilation was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, a Polish Jewish legal scholar, in his 1944 book, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe. It originally means the destruction of a nation or an ethnic group. I'll pause there, and I'm finishing to sip my water.
And while you pausing, somebody in the chat, I don't know who it was, said the skeletons they just dug up shows that they are melanated people of the Indians. Somebody did that in the chat earlier.
Let me see. Let me go back, because I was talking about that with somebody else.
I don't think it was None Your Business. It was Midnight Decipher, maybe.
Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, they would just have to put it back in there because I want to know where specifically are they talking about? Because I was
That they
talking.
were dug.
Yeah, I want to know the location because I was talking behind the scenes to somebody on some remains here in Columbus. Those from Columbus, y'all know what I'm talking about. It's a place called North Market. And they were doing some renovations and they found some remains in the parking lot. So now they got that section off. So I don't know if that's that person talking about that or if it's something else. So they could just, if they can, put it back in the chat about what location they're talking about. All right. So in 1946, United Nations General Assembly affirmed genocide as a crime under international law in Resolution 96, which states that genocide is the denial of the right of existence of entire human groups, as homicide is the denial of the right to live, of individual human beings, such as denial of the right of existence, shocks the consciousness of mankind, and is contrary to moral law and the spirit and aims of the United Nations.
That's None Your Business did that. She posted that.
Okay. On December 9th, 1948, the UN General Assembly adopted Resolution 260A, or the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, which entered into force on January 12th, 1951. The resolution noted that at all periods of history, genocide has inflicted great losses on humanity. Now, shout out to the people that have mentioned this before, because it ain't just like Rhonda mentioned this before. I'm back on the African slave trade, what's the face situation. Reparation situation. Why didn't that movement go the United Nations route?
Wasn't the chat.
I'll wait. I'll restate the question in case I was unclear. Why did not the Reparations Committee go the route of the United Nations? And this ain't the first time it's been brought up.
That was an easy play if they wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
It's not legit.
She's driving.
It's right, because that's it, nephew. It's not legit. They can't bring that bullshit to the United Nations.
Records.
But let's run it. Article 2 of the convention clearly defines genocide as any one of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. As such, taking out members of the group. I want y'all see.
They already doing it.
Exactly. UNDRIP. I covered UNDRIP years ago, turned around and reposted it again. But as Brother Sean would say, want y'all to peep game on what the United Nations is telling you all classifies as genocide.
Auntie,
yes,
why
nephew.
didn't Black Lives Matter take this to the United Nations with their? Sorry.
Say you're smart, nephew.
We are.
Yeah, I know. We smart.
Don't make sense, Nancy. Don't make sense.
Well, I don't mean black
See,
melanated though.
all of them different groups, you could go play with somebody else, but you can't play with me, baby.
Mhm.
Saying. Don't make sense. You got all this power. You gotta act.
I'm really giving up free game again.
Dripping it. Sauce just out the pot. Oh, god damn.
So for those of you running up behind these groups, you're letting them sit at the table and negotiate for you, your family, and future generations. Shame on you.
Shame on you. Fool me once, but shame on me. That's your ass, bro.
And you wonder why nothing ever gets done.
No, we're picking up the character they want us to play, victim.
And you wonder why other groups get they motherfucking ends.
You got the documents to prove it. I was on the boat.
But let's go and go to the UN's definition of genocide. Article 2 of the convention clearly defines genocide as one of the following acts committed with the intent to destroy in whole or part a national, ethical, racial, or religious group, such as taking out members of the group, nephew picked up immediately, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part,
prison pipeline,
imposing
no homes,
imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group,
eugenics, Planned Parenthood,
yeah,
forcibly transferring children of the group to another group,
integration.
The United States ratified the convention in 1988. I just put you reparations people up on game. I told you you're asking the wrong questions.
Mm-hmm.
Genocide is also clearly defined in U.S. domestic law. The United States Code in Section 1091 of Title 18 defines genocide as violent acts with the specific intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group, a definition similar to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. So I'm finna say again, you reparation people.
That's perfect. Good job, Sis Nonya. Mm-hmm.
That was great.
How you gonna answer to this now?
Thank you.
Take it to UN. Take it to UN. If it's so legit, take it to the UN. They'll figure it out. They got you.
So that's even a second method right there. I told you you're asking the wrong questions. But let's continue.
Shall we?
According to historical records and media reports since its founding, the United States has systematically deprived Indians of their rights to life and basic political, economic, and cultural rights through taking out, displacement, and forced assimilation in an attempt to physically and culturally eradicate this group. Even today, Indians still face a serious existential crisis. So reparations, people.
They didn't say East Indian. They didn't say
Tap, tap,
Native
tap.
Indian. We started off the conversation with the American genocide of the Indians.
I don't. Do you see African slaves up in this?
I don't see no African slave. I don't see no Asiatics
Or Black Americans.
Or Moors?
Black Americans,
Moors.
Moors, Black people. I don't see no Black anywhere in this conversation yet. Do I see?
So who crazy in this conversation? Is it the people that are saying they were misclassified? They are the original American Indians.
That part.
And we got the proof.
And yeah, just by the way, we so happen to have the proof.
Yeah,
and
Johnson wrote
it's
it.
in the UN documentation. It's not like I got the proof in my back pocket proof.
Johnson even wrote it.
And we even have the proof that our heritage is mixed, and it's mixed with Black European.
Yeah.
So we got their paper document, though. You know, there's nothing. Our culture means nothing to them unless it's on their white piece of paper. So here's your white piece of paper. What you gonna say now, bro?
So let me run that for the slow ones in the back. Genocide is also clearly defined in U.S. domestic law. The United States Code in Section 1091 of Title 18 defines genocide as violent attacks with specific intent to destroy, in part, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or even religious group.
We know what they're trying to say.
According to historical records and media reports, since its founding, the United States has systematically deprived Indians of their rights.
Say who?
Of basic political, economic, cultural rights through taking out, displacement, and forced assimilation in an attempt to physically and culturally eradicate this group.
And if you remember Roots, his name was Kunta Kinte, and that was an American Indian name. And they were trying to make us assimilate, and they're using that imagery for you to assimilate.
Isn't that even still happening today when you say, I'm not African American?
Well, you have to say that. Like, it's because they just
and the system tries to tell you that you are. Isn't that not stripping you of your racial identity?
You have to prove it to us first.
When our ancestors were moved out of their position, wasn't that not forcing them to assimilate?
We're going to take your land. Rather join us, or we're going to...
That they hid the Indian heritage for survival?
Yeah.
Is that not forced assimilation?
All that.
So now, African descendants of slaves,
Afro-Americans.
and I'm not talking about all of you. Not talking about all of you, okay? Talking about the ones that was talking shit about Black American Indians. Baby, you say what now? They're sitting at the table negotiating what for you? Based on what?
Your willingness to submit.
Because even if your folks fit the African slave narrative, why aren't they going with this? the own U.S. Code Section 1091 of Title 18. Why aren't they going for that?
That's all they needed. And lead with that.
Bingo. And I didn't even want to give they motherfucking ass that, nephew. I swear to you. I didn't want to give it to him, but you just too damn smart, and you let the cat out the bag, goddammit, because I wanted them to put their thinking hat on. I was just going to bring up the article and read this bitch, and they needed to just have some basic fucking common sense to get what I've been telling them out the gate. Your argument is wrong and it's flawed.
And isn't this your second proof now for the night?
That's why you ain't finna get nothing.
Damn.
But, you know, those that actually did the research, we the crazy ones though, right? Oh, okay then. Oh, okay. Let's continue.
Yeah, we blind. For what?
That's crazy.
According to international law, and shout out to the people that kept saying, you ain't taking it to the UN, you ain't taking it to international law. What the hell are you talking about? So shout out to them people. But we don't know what we talking about, but let's run it. According to international law and domestic law, what the United States did to the Indians covers all the acts that define genocide and indisputable constitutes genocide. The American magazine Foreign Policy commented that the crime against, well, they threw that Native Americans in there, but that's a magazine, are fully consistent with the definition of the genocide under current international law.
Yeah, they slid them in there nice.
And if your folks were African slaves that were kidnapped from Africa, because you know, Rhonda just going by the narrative that y'all say, because you picking the narrative up from what other people say. If your folks are from Africa, were stolen from the shores of Africa, let me be crystal fucking clear.
A ball.
And you were brought over here as slaves.
In chains.
Yeah, in chains. Why wouldn't your case fall under international law? I will wait. Let me sip my water. I'll wait.
And it's maritime international law. That shit was on water. So we'll wait. Remember, we're giving you all the answers tonight.
Yeah, we really are giving them the answers. But let's continue. And I swear, if you hadn't said nothing, I would have just read through this, hoping somebody was smart enough to pick it up.
Why do you think Sister Leona gave it to us? It's like it's right there in our face. I'm sorry. Was I not supposed to read that?
And shout out to Copper Empress, because she previewed this on her show. Shout out to you, sis. Can't get no more clearer than this.
Thank you for bringing that from the nerds.
Absolutely. The profound sin of genocide is a historical stain that the United States can never clear, and painful tragedy of Indians is a historical lesson that should never be forgotten.
So we should be having our days of Holocaust, this and this, that, and the third. What the hell? Where's our Remembrance Day at whatever o'clock we want to make that like at 2 in the afternoon though still?
Evidence one. Shout out, baby. I'm with you on this. Now, y'all, child, I got to put some
something in the air one time.
Right. I gotta get moisture on my lips, all of this jazz, because we're finna go through this.
Take a sip of water if you need it right now.
Yeah, let me go on. You right. Let me go on and get that sip of water while I'm at it.
Now let's reset one time.
All right, so they finna lay about the evidence. Government-led action. On July 4th, 1776, the United States of America was founded with the Declaration of Independence. which openly stated that he, the British king, has excited domestic insurrection among us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages and slandered Native American as the merciless Indian savages. Okay, so y'all threw this Native American in there because I know damn well they ain't said no Native Americans.
No, what I understood is that British king, he made civil war between the people, inhabitants of the Indians, and made them into the savages. Now he's coming into unsavage the place.
Right, but and I got that. I'm just saying I know damn well he ain't say no Native Americans.
No.
The U.S. government and leaders treated Native Americans, and I'm not saying it's bullshit. The Indians, the American Indians, fuck themselves. I'm not saying that. The U.S. government and leaders treated American Indians with the belief in it wasn't white superiority and supremacy, set out to annihilate the Indians and attempted to eradicate the race through cultural genocide.
But Auntie, just hold that sentence right there. Understand, this is because we understand the bullshit. As you read that, it was hard to even fathom the words as you're saying it.
Yeah.
But the play, when other people read this, is that the American Indians immediately they see the white people. And now again, they're saying that what was that? It was a white superiority, and we also know that it was all black,
black folk,
black folk. It was black on black crime at that point, right. So this whole entire sentence has been miswritten and mischoreographed to put us to the left. I know I heard it in your voice. I just want to make sure the family understand that this is the rewrite that they're trying to put on us,
right of history. So in case you didn't hear that, we not saying no Native Americans. It's American Indians. It wasn't white superiority because white people wasn't even in power back then. Okay,
nobility.
Right.
So you understand. Put that sentence into context, and then let's continue reading.
It was black on black or brown and black on that part.
It was our cousin from the other side of the
right.
Side of the
because
waters.
By the time they came over here, started intermarrying it, this, that, and the other.
Yep. Taking our aunties, taking our freaking wives. Yeah.
Right. So they got babies that are part American Indian, part European. Yeah. And so when the British king was like, wait a minute, I sent you, number one, I kicked y'all asses out of here. And y'all done went over there and you all hugged up.
Right.
You hugged up and booed up. Ba-da-da-da. Booed up. You booed up. Well, I don't give a damn about none of that. You can get it too. So the black European said, yeah, you finna get it because now, see, you infringing on my family.
Right.
That's how that story went. But let's continue.
That's where he says the domestic insurrection among us.
Exactly. That's exactly why. Very good catch. The domestic insurrection among us.
Because it was all inter-family war.
Yeah, it was interfamily.
Mm-hmm.
During the American War of Independence, 1775 through 1783, the Second War of Independence, and by the way, I literally found records of my one of the ancestors who fought in that war. Black. It's military records. Black.
Mm-hmm.
The Second War of Independence, 1812 through 1815. And the Civil War, 1861 and 1865. Found records of my people that fought in the Civil War also. Black.
Yeah. Me too.
And guess what? Some can even find Confederate records of their people being on the Confederate side of the Civil War. Black.
That's right.
So reparations people,
Yes, explain.
We know what we're talking about when we told you your argument is wrong.
Don't run away. Don't run away. Explain yourself.
But let's keep running it. The U.S. leaders, eager to transform its plantation economy as an adjunct to the European colonialism and to expand their territories. And that was absolutely true. It's about territory expansion, coveted the vast Indian lands and launched thousands of attacks on Indian tribes, slaughtering Indian chiefs, soldiers, and even civilians, and taking Indian lands for themselves. In 1862, the United States enacted the Homestead Act, which provided that every American citizen above the age of 21 with a mere registration fee of $10 could acquire no more than 160 acres of land in the West. That's a hell of a lot of land.
Especially when you get it free.
100 acres in a meal right there.
Well, they did tell them they had to pay $10.
$10 all? God,
Yeah, I know.
don't
I don't know how
Reparation.
much that was back up in back up in
Yeah, like
you
probably
have to factor
100,000
in
average. But
you have to factor in inflation. But even if it's 100 grand, that's still not
Promised
bad
land.
for 160 acres. All right. So
Of the promised land. Yeah, let's keep pushing.
lured by the land, the white people swarmed into the Indian area and started a massacre that resulted in the death of thousands of Indians. I don't know about that. I don't know if that was a white people's
Well,
thing.
no. Again, it wouldn't be. It would be. We'll say like that. It would be the white people that were being used within the black nobility. Blah blah blah.
Right.
Blah, blah.
If that was the case, if it was white people.
Right,
She
but we
has a-
also corrected that white people statement. So.
Yeah.
Money
Leaders.
Business has another link for you.
Okay. Leaders. Oh shit, I lost my place. Oh, there. Leaders of the US government at the time openly claimed that the skin of the Indians could I don't like that graphic stuff. To make boots and all of that thing.
Everything because that made the Indians.
American
must be-
soldiers saw that the slaughter of the Indians is natural, even as an honor, and would not rest until they were taken out.
Oh, God.
Similar hate rhetoric and atrocities abound are well documented in many American Indian extermination monographs. Bloody massacres and atrocities. Since the colonists set foot in North America, they had systematically and extensively.
Yeah.
Now this is good. This is really good.
Yeah.
They had systematically and extensively hunted the American bison, cutting off the source of food and basic livelihood of the Indians and causing their death from starvation in large numbers. Because that's why the bison is almost extinct to this day.
We
If
can't
they're
even
hunting
get
the
it.
bison in the same manner, they're also hunting the Indians on that land in the same manner too.
They followed them wherever the bison went.
Right. That's remember if there's a bison, there's going to be an Indian. Bam bam. That's 2 for 1.
Now we gotta
But
go to the
let's be
store and buy
clear,
this
this was
stuff.
still black and brown.
Correct.
I know
Sure.
you know that. That's for the audience. This was still
No, this
black
is-
and
yeah, no,
brown.
right.
Okay. And this was it was even more deeper than just American Indian and the Europeans, specifically the Brits, is what they're talking about. Because by that time, the mixture between American Indians and the Europeans had pretty much already happened. Okay, when I say Europeans, I'm talking black Europeans. Okay. All right. So this was really about nation upon nation.
Right. Pushing out the indigenous nation.
Okay. Statistics reveal that since its independence in 1776, the U.S. government has launched over 1,500 attacks on Indian tribes. slaughtering the Indians, taking their land, and committing countless crimes. In 1814, the U.S. government decreed that it would award $50 to $100 for each Indian skull. Well, whatever. The American historian Frederick Turner acknowledged a significance of the frontier in American history, released in 1893, that each frontier was won by a series of wars against the Indians. The California Gold Rush also brought about the California Massacre. Peter Burnett, the first governor of California, proposed a war of extermination against American Indians, triggering raising calls for the extermination of Indians in the state. In California in 1850 and 60s, an Indian skull, okay, so they're giving that. So from 1846 to 1873, the Indian population in California dropped to 30,000 from 150,000. Countless Indians died as the result of the atrocities. Some of the massacres included in 1811, American troops defeated the famous Indian chief Tamesh. I never pronounce his name right. My bad. Y'all know who I'm talking about. And his army in the battle. Burned the Indian capital, Prophetstown, and committed brutal massacres. So California, it wasn't California the first one publicly known for this reparations conversation.
Of course.
We try to put y'all up on game. Gotta put your thinking hats on.
Please.
Okay, now we on California stuff.
Yeah, that was California who started that mess.
What the point I'm trying to make is California's reparations discussion is about the descendants of African slaves, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
But yet again, they're telling you the atrocities of the American Indian. But we're finna continue though. We finna continue.
Because as you said, we're never mentioned in any of their negotiations, but yet still it's all documented that we're being prosecuted or killed. Let's say like that.
They got ways to get rid of us today too.
Well, again, they're having the wrong conversation.
Mm-hmm. You're the wrong character, bro.
Since we got on this discussion of reparations, I'm showing y'all why they are losing, and they are going to lose, and they're going to continue to lose.
Look at your paperwork and then look at the UN.
But then on the flip side, if you are smart, I'm showing you how you can win.
What side you should be on to win.
Right. But, say that again, nephew.
Or at least what side you should be on to win.
What side you should be on to win. But we're fencing to continue. From November 1813 to January 1814, the U.S. Army launched the Creek War against American Indians, also known as the Battle of Horseshoe Bend. On March 27, 1814, about 3,000 soldiers attacked the Creek Indians at Horseshoe Bend, Mississippi.
But I think that's the one I brought in where they were asleep in their tents and they attacked them.
Okay.
Yeah, the Creek.
Over 800 Creek warriors were slaughtered in the fight, and as a result, the military stretch of the Creeks was significantly weakened. Under the Treaty of Fort Jackson signed on August 9th of the same year, the Creeks ceded more than 23 million acres of land to the U.S. government. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I know plenty of people whose ancestors were around this time. I don't know a lot of people whose ancestors go back to the California situation in 1800s. Part of my heritage is out of Mississippi. I know a lot of other melanated people's heritage is out of Mississippi. Now, when I go back in them records, I don't see my people being on no slave schedule. But let's continue. On November 29th, 1864, Pastor John Shiverton massacred Indians at Sand Creek in southeastern Colorado due to the opposition of a few Indians to the signing of a land grant agreement. It was one of the most notorious massacres in America of American Indians. Maria Montoya, a professor of history at New York University, said in an interview that Shivington soldiers, I'm not going to go into all of that shit. And then just another thing hit me. If who they are calling the Indians today were the Indians back then, are they using this United Nation thing? I'll pause.
The Native Indians, they can't.
So why isn't this being used? Because the people that it applies to aren't using it. Because they're having the wrong conversations. But let's continue. But our bad as American Indians for pointing this stuff out. My bad, exactly. They can't, Sis Nonya. They can't use it. So our bad as the American Indians for pointing all this out. James, former UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, submitted his report after a country visit to the United States in 2012. According to the accounts of the descendants of the victim of Sand Creek Massacre in 1864, 1 year, 1 year before the ending of slavery, right? Which they said was in 1865, right? But we'll continue. Because it would show a lot of Indians fighting and kicking ass and vice versa for this African slave trade to have been supposedly and allegedly going on. So what the slaves do? Recross their legs while Massa and them went to fight? Something ain't right. But let's continue. All right, so in 1864, around 700 armed U.S. soldiers raided and shot at Cheyenne and Arapaho people living in Sand Creek Indian Reservation in Colorado. Media reports show that the massacre resulted in the deaths between 70 and 163 among the 200 plus tribal members. 2/3 of the dead were women and children, and no one was held responsible for the massacre. The U.S. government had reached a compensation agreement with tribal descendants, which has not been to... So if the U.S. government reached compensation, why ain't these people received their ends? Let's just continue. On December 29th, 1890, near Wounded Knee Creek in South Dakota, U.S. troops fired at the Indians, killing and injuring more than 350 people. In 1930, the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs began sterilizing Indian women through the Indian Health Service Program. Sterilization was conducted in the name of protecting the health of Indian women and in some cases even performed without the women's knowledge. Statistics suggested that in early 1970, more than 42% of Indian women of childbearing age were sterilized. This resulted in the near extinction for many small tribes. By 1976, approximately 70,000 Indian women had been forcibly sterilized. Now, I don't know about child.
Same thing in Africa.
I'm not even concerned about Africa. Let's stay over in Turtle Island.
I know.
Didn't this same thing happen to quote black women?
Yeah.
I believe it's still happening.
So, reparations people, descendants of African slaves. Did you hear what I just said? You know, this also happened to who they're calling African American women, right? But let's continue.
Please do.
Westward expansion and forced migration. In its early days, the United States regarded Indian tribes as sovereign entities and dealt with them on land, trade, justice, and other issues, largely through negotiated treaties and occasionally through war. By 1840, the United States had concluded more than 200 treaties with various tribes, most of which were unequally treaties that were reached under U.S. military and political pressure and through deception and coercion, and were binding on the Indian tribes only. The treaties were used as primary tool to take advantage of the Indian tribes. So, Africans, descendants of slaves. That's ADOS, if I'm not mistaken. And if excuse me up in advance if I got that wrong. I don't think I did. Do you understand why American Indians, we stake our claim in heritage? But let's continue. In 1830, the United States passed the Indian Removal Act, which marked the institutionalization of forced relocations of Indians in the country. The act legally deprived Indian tribes of the right to live in the eastern United States, forcing some 100,000 Indians to move west of the Mississippi River from their ancestral lands in the South. Now, here's the catch. We know damn well, I want y'all to be smart. You trying to convince me that there was only 100,000 Indians?
Oh, you're gonna kill them.
Hey, if I'm part of this story,
You're trying to convince me that it was only 100,000 Indians coming up out that South.
Who taught you how to read, Auntie? Who taught you how to read?
What happened to the rest of the Indians? I'll wait. That'll be my time to take a sip of water. I keep telling you, you're having the wrong conversations. So even this 100,000, that number is a drop in the bucket. Yes, and they make, thank you, TD, that's a great point. And they make it sound like it happened overnight. Absolutely. I 1000% agree with you. Because all this means is that those particular people kept their quote, quote, title as Indians and took the deal to go out west. Now, interestingly enough,
Those under treaty.
can't say this for sure. I think I'm right. Trying to verify the family connection with this person. I think I'm right. Trying to sweet talk somebody to give up the goods so I can validate this information. I'll get there. I'm pretty sure I'm right. But I like to have my receipts in order. So it's looking at family migration pattern. And I saw how the family was navigating to the different territories. And I always check the Indian roles of each territory. And one of the relatives showed up on the doll's rolls. And it showed where they were going to Oklahoma. I want to say Oklahoma. It was Oklahoma. Was on them dolls rolls, this, that, and the third. Then I saw later on, because they were on the Cherokee rolls. It was just this one relative. No, that one relative and their direct people. Okay, so meaning a dad and the wife and the children. Okay, none of the rest of the family took that route. This was the only relative that broke off from the family in the South. Okay, but later on them Cherokee rolls, they kicked that ass off of there. I'm like, whoa. So I'm saying all that to say, don't let them fool you and bamboozle you. You got to understand what you're reading. This 100,000 does not encase an entire American Indian population. Where the rest of the folk go?
Where the Caribbean at? Where we at? Where Texas at?
And that's not to mention, you're not going to find millions of people across the 5 civilized tribe roles. That ain't even where I found my people.
Yeah, Louisiana, all that. Where's all them people?
I literally found that side of the family on the quote, quote, other Indian roles that were not a part of the 5 civilized tribes.
No,
And they said those tribes are extinct. They said that tribe is extinct, and I cracked the fuck up. I said, well, then who the fuck am I then?
Damn, you walk.
Because that's my people, them.
No, you black. Girl, you tell me you black.
And the cold part about it is, shit, I forgot the point. It was a good point, too. Nah, man, because I forgot the point. I can't remember the point,
That's
y'all.
okay.
Oh, the cold part about it is, I did all of that years worth of searching here. And shout out to my great uncle. He had been told us exactly where to look. And I didn't even have that conversation with him one-on-one. My dad so happened to have that conversation with him. And he just so happened to pass it down to me. And down to the T, where that man said those Indian records were were exactly where they were.
Give thanks.
Because he's like, because on dad's side, it's no fact. Like, no, we're American Indians, and that came through grandma and them. They just always talked about that.
Passed down.
So what had happened was, always a story, y'all. What had happened, we were talking about where the height in the family came from. And so this particular great uncle, that was my dad and him having that conversation. And then later just my dad was, translating the conversation to me. Because we was on the height stuff. So I'm like, well, Dad, I know it came through grandma and them. Because for women back then, they were tall. Because I'm like the tall third. Out of the women, I'm the third tallest. I'm not even the tallest. My grandmother and great-grandmother were taller than me. So the height came through them. So my dad was saying, and my great-uncle was telling him, because my dad is tall as fuck. He's 6'9". Damn. So my dad was telling me that my great-uncle, which is his uncle, was saying, well, you're not the tallest in the family. He like, and my dad figured, oh, I'm the tallest in the family, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. They're like, no, you're not the tallest. He like, what? It's like, your ancestor was an Indian chief, and he was 7'2". That's how the conversation went. And yeah, we used to go and visit them. They still lived on the Indian reservation. And we used to go visit them, and they would ride horses, this, that, and the third. So I had no choice in my consciousness but to remember this. And I searched high and low on them 5 motherfucking civilized tribe records. They fucked up on one of them, on that Shata. And they stole ancestors and identities. Fuckers. I went on and grabbed that and put it to the motherfucking side. Because it was blackety black, 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 black. But then when it went on them Choctaw rolls, it was whitey white, 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 white. But they took one of the ancestors' name and pretty much hijacked it and got on them Choctaw rolls. So I'm like, this is some bullshit. I know my great uncle said that they were still living on their reservations. They would go and visit them. And years later, once I started to understand, you have to look beyond the 5 civilized tribe roles. You have to look at those other Indian roles. That's when I found it. Exactly where he told me it would be. And when I pulled up those rolls and saw the ancestors' names, my mouth dropped because they had a section for the Indian names and they had a section for the Christianized names. And on that particular Indian rolls, the Christianized names, that's what made my mouth drop. Because it was the same names passed from generation to generation to generation to generation. Same exact names. And on that particular Indian roll, that's the tribe, they say, that's extinct. And I'm laughing my ass off. I'm like, but that's my family. What the fuck you mean they extinct? And then one of the ancestors on that roll was like, they didn't get no Christianized name. They gave their Indian name, and I fell out laughing. I was like, that would be me. Like, I don't give a damn what Christianized name. This is my name. Okay? So I'm saying all that to say, don't let them bamboozle you with this 100,000 going out west for the Indian Removal Act. We're talking millions.
There's 100,000 scattered over that land. That's nothing per land.
That's nothing. Okay? So they had the audacity. See, it's the audacity for me. Tribes that refused to move were left to military suppression, forcible eviction, and even massacred by the U.S. government. That's still not taken into account. The ones that stayed that's still not accounting for the majority. Let me restate that because I want to be crystal clear what I'm saying. This isn't taken into account. This little paragraph, this Indian Removal Act, it was much more than 100,000. We're talking millions of people. Most did not go out west. They stayed where they were. But if you do your genealogy and you look at the migration of your family, you would know that. You would be able to go through these dates and you would be able to know where your family was. That's why ADOS, I say, you got to prove it. You got to prove where your people fit in these historical events. Let's run it. In 1839, before Texas joined the United States, the government demanded that the Indians remove immediately or face the entire destruction of their possessions and the extermination of their tribe. Large numbers of Cherokees who refused to comply were taken out. In 1863, the U.S. military carried out a scorched earth policy to forcibly remove the Navajo tribe, burning houses and crops, slaughtering livestock, and vandalizing properties. Under the Army's watch, Navajos had to walk several hundred kilometers to a reservation in eastern New Mexico. So they, saying how seniors and pregnant women were taken out if they didn't keep up. In the mid-19th century, nearly all American Indians were driven to the west of the Mississippi River. Really? And forced by the United States government to live in Native American reservations. So now we should know by the 19th century, they are talking about the replacement population of who they're calling the Native Americans. Okay? Because by the mid-19th century, the indigenous American Indians pretty much wasn't repping that Indian title anymore.
No.
Okay?
Through assimilation, we had to change.
We got the title Negro.
Huh? Yeah.
They changed this to Negro.
As was written. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If we didn't comply, that's what they changed it to. They were Indians as long as they were on the reservation, but they became Negroes when they wouldn't comply, or runaway slaves.
Or when they wasn't on their reservation, right?
Mm-hmm.
As was written in the Cambridge Economic History of the United States, as a result of the U.S. government's forcible expulsion of the last Indians in the East, only a very small number of Indians who were individualized citizens of the nation, or those individual Indians who went into hiding during the forcible expulsion, remain in the region. Okay. That's not true, but okay. Because I would have loved to see some numbers here. Yeah. Yeah, that I would have had to make them back this statement up. I mean, that's just how I roll. Sadly, to whitewash this part of history was shit. Y'all whitewashed all the way up to the beginning, but let's see what you're saying is whitewashed. U.S. historians often glorify, okay, I'm going to give you that, the Western expansion as the American people's pursuit of economic development in the Western frontier, claiming that it accelerated the improvement of American democracy, boasted economic prosperity, and contributed to the formation and development of the American national spirit. They make no mention of the brutal massacre of American Indians. Y'all know I ain't gonna say Native Americans anymore.
You know, I listened to the Million Man March once, and there was Indians there, Native or whatever they were. They were lighter skinned. They were Native, and they said there was 112 million of us here when they came on this part of the country.
But yet they throwing out 100,000.
Yeah, 112 million. So they just cut out a zero.
They're saying 100,000 was impacted by the by the Indian Removal Act. Come on now.
They lying.
Auntie, you're talking about the ones that got removed from, let's say, the East to the West. What about the ones that were already in the West, chilling? Like, where the fuck y'all coming from?
Right. That's not even taking that into account. But if we think about today, how many melanated people live out East versus out West? And you know, and I'm just taking a guess, and I don't mind being wrong. I'm not sensitive. Are there more? Do we think there's more Black Americans living out East or out West? Talking today.
Say West where it's sunny. Is Atlanta to West? What do you consider?
No, Atlanta is East. Atlanta is East. Yeah,
my son said there's a lot of us in Georgia.
But that's East, right? And, yeah, you know, I lived in Atlanta.
And you know, Texas used to be Mexico.
But Texas is West.
Yeah, and Texas used to be Mexico.
Right, but Texas is West.
We were from Texas.
So, and again, we don't know if this is accurate. I'm just guessing that to this day, most Black Americans live out East.
Yeah, I would imagine.
So we didn't leave in terms of body. We left in terms of name. We became how many? You should ask yourself how much Black Americans were now on that land X time, because that probably was a switch. Where you're asking me, we lost only 100,000? Okay, yeah, because we claim now the American, African American name. Sorry.
Yeah, southeast region. Yes, Curly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So even to this day, do you understand what I am telling you? Even to this day, you are living where you are, more than likely, based on your ancestors' migration pattern. But see, if you did your genealogy, you would know that.
Yeah.
On both sides, my people from the East, all day long, both sides, none of my people, we weren't Northerners. Now, we migrated to the North, and I know exactly when. I know exactly which generation migrated to the North. but we are Southeasterners. We're Southeastern American Indians and partially Black Europeans. But that's what happens when you do your genealogy. And I'm going to tell you how the game is so cold. Those of you that are fortunate enough to have grown up with the papa or big mama in them, and when they transition, most of them will not be buried up north. They gonna be buried back down south on the land. Abso-fucking-lutely. My sister, on her mom's side, they're from Alabama. They still got their land and everything, baby. Shout out to them. They ain't trying to play. Granny just transitioned Thanksgiving, and 2 services had to be held. One up north, but the final homegoing service was in Alabama, and she's buried on family land. Same with my grandfather. He got buried in Mississippi, specifically the town in Mississippi.
Biloxi.
Nope, we're not Biloxi. Not too far from the area, but we're not Biloxi. He got buried in Mississippi. Matter of fact, that's where he went to retire.
Oh. We always go back home, huh?
So now this just Rhonda. I don't find that coincidental.
Mm-mm.
Yes, Midnight, in Cadillac Records. Who was he playing? Chuck Berry. That's who Most Def, because Most Def was playing that role, and he was playing the role of Chuck Berry. And he had his ID said Indian. And remember, the white guy was like, "What type of Indian are you?" I was cracking up.
You know, this is a CRT, critical race theory.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want to teach this, you see, because they say, I heard a congressman say, they fought and won fairly this land. And I said,
they ain't fought. Who is they? Shit. Who started with
military? The Americans fought and won this land.
That's okay.
A congressman, I said.
Okay.
But I see it. Yeah, right. In your dreams, you know. So they gotta hide this stuff. But this is off of TikTok, and TikTok is supposed to be a communist.
It's garbage. I don't even know why people get their shit off of TikTok. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
But what I'm saying is, this stuff is being put out there to weaken their conceptions of what they think America is all about, because they don't want to teach this in schools and stuff.
Right.
So I was
why would let's keep it all the way funky. If I'm on top and I literally have no ties, no birthright to this land, why the fuck would I teach your people
they would
how to over the fuck throw me?
And they didn't.
But I'm trying to get it. I'm just gonna say that again for the slow ones in the back. If I am on top of the food chain, I'm eating good, my baby's eating good, got it set up where my future generations are going to eat good. Why in the fuck? And I have no claims, no heritage, bloodline ties to the land. Why in the fuck would I teach the heritage, bloodline people this information? Why would I do that? That would go against my interests, right? The interests of me and my family and my future generations.
Right.
That's the secret was a tell.
We keep telling you they're not going to do it. I keep telling you it's not their fucking responsibility.
No. You're a subject, bro. They teach you.
See, we the only ones running around this bitch.
Yelling. Yeah.
Begging and asking. Asking for shit that's yours. We the only ones taking at face value somebody telling you who you are.
You know, I have to laugh. I got off of jury duty. They called me for jury duty. And I said, well, I called in there and I said, you know what? I'm really not a U.S. citizen. I'm what they call American Indigenous, and what you refer to as an American Indian. That lady took me off those rolls so quick, big head spin. She dropped me real quick.
Oh, off of the jury duty?
Permanently. I didn't even ask her. She said, huh?
You uncivilized.
I told her who I was, but no, actually, they can't civilize me their way, and so they've been doing that by calling me up all the time for jury duty. I don't like jury duty; it's not my thing. They're not my peers and all that kind of stuff. So everything, all the civil stuff is, Nanya. I think Nanya Business was saying they're called the civilized people, or the civilian laws are made for them. It's not for us. So they have the
tribes, right?
The civilized tribes,
so,
not us.
So again, I just want to be clear. If you don't do it for yourself and your family, it ain't gonna get done.
Yeah, I had to say.
How many more hundreds of years you're going to sit up and wait for somebody to change your conditions?
Yeah, they do work hard enough to steal it.
It's not their responsibility.
Electric federations.
You have to do the work.
It takes accountability. No.
You are basing your argument on the wrong shit because you don't know who you are. You don't know your bloodline heritage. You don't have the confidence in yourself to spiritually know who you are. Because if you knew that bloodline shit would start to click with you.
No, they want the bag. They don't want that.
This is not a broad solution that somebody can stamp for you. You have to do the work. You have to understand how your people fit into this story. Nobody should be able to tell you. That's why a motherfucker can't come and tell me shit. You can't come and tell me. You have to do the work. This victimization and victimhood is getting you nowhere. As we're reading through this documentation, several things were called out that are going against international law. You do realize that international law is just not for the American Indian situation, right?
No.
So people, you're still not even getting it. Even if you want to go under the label of Black, African American, you're still not even getting it.
They did you wrong.
Because you're not doing the research for yourself. You're picking up somebody else's cause and asking them to sit at the table on your behalf and negotiate for you and future generations. And I'm telling you, you're going to get your ass handed to you every time. Because, see, I don't know about y'all, but how my logic work, I would rather write up a contract my dammy and be all the way wrong. But at least I wrote that motherfucker up myself and in my wrongedness. But what I will not and will not ever accept, and apparently my ancestors ain't accepted either, somebody else sitting at the table making decisions on behalf of me and mine. Now, I don't consent to that. Because if you gonna sit at the table for Rhonda, goddammit, I guarantee you, I'ma know point by point what you sitting at that table about if my name is involved in it. And goddammit, you bet not vary from it. Because I got you on contract too for sitting at that table on my behalf. You better be up in there on every point we done set up here and agreed on. And if you skip a beat, it's null and void. See, if you want to play big boy games, you got to be ready to operate at that level. Otherwise, you get what you get. So again, none of this stuff is by accident that's going on with these discussions on reparations. They understand the psychology and mindset of people. They understand that herd mentality. What I am telling you, you're responsible regardless. So whether or not you follow the herd, you follow a representative, or whether or not you just sit with your hands folded in your lap saying, la, 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 I don't want to do nothing, you're still responsible. It's no excuses.
Ignorant of the law, still the law.
I done took and told y'all, Generation X, millennials, it's on us. So them same fingers that you was pointing at the ancestors, well, why they do that? Why you move this way? Why you move that way? Why you turn this way? Why you turn that way? You do realize in 100 years, you gonna be the ancestors, and them babies gonna be checking your work, because what you do today sets up at a minimum 100 years out what's going to happen to future generations. You do know that you're up to bat, right?
Right.
So what they gonna be saying about you in 100 years?
Well,
The U.S. government paid out African Americans, Africans descendants of slaves. And your people are going to be in the same position, if not worse. Let's continue. All right, so we talked about forced assimilation and cultural extinction to defend the unjust deeds of the U.S. government. Some American scholars in the 19th century trumpeted the dichotomy of civilization versus barbarism and portrayed American Indians as savages, evil, and an inferior group. Francis Parkman, a famous 19th century American historian, even claimed that American Indian will not learn the arts of civilization, and he has his forests must perish together. George Bancock Parkman's contemporary and another well-known American historian also claimed that compared with white people, American Indians were inferior in reasons and moral qualities, adding that nor is the inferiority simply attached to the individual. It is connected with organization and is characteristic of race. Such an attempt to justify colonial plundering by demeaning Indians is nothing but racially discriminative. ADOS.
Wow.
It's laid out pretty clear. Why aren't y'all
Man.
using this?
Rhonda, you didn't know you couldn't think, did you? I never knew we couldn't think. Somebody's really biased, ain't they?
In the 1870s and 80s, the U.S. government adopted a more aggressive policy of forced assimilation to obliterate the social fabric and culture of Indian tribes. The core objective of the strategy was to destroy the original group's affiliation as well as the ethnic and tribal identity of Indians and transform them into individual Americans. Child, I can't make this shit up.
Oh man, that's what they did.
And transform them into individual Americans with American citizenship, civic consciousness, and identification with mainstream American values. 4 measures were taken to this end.
Called assimilation.
Yeah,
I'm now assimilated as an Indian into the American way of life. I now have
exactly.
an American dream.
Exactly. First, fully depriving Indian tribes of their right to self-governance. American Indians had lived in tribal units over the years, and tribes had been their source of strength and spiritual support. The U.S. government forcibly abolished the tribal system and cast individual Indians into a white society with completely different traditions. Unable to find jobs or make a living, the Indians became economically destitute, politically deprived, and socially discriminated against. Oh my God.
Auntie,
Yes, sir.
when you just read that they systematically kept us from being in tribes or groups, it goes back to what they're doing now, where they don't like us being in any pro or positive groups of any sort.
True.
Because they know that's our strength, to be within a group of amongst ourselves.
They got them right here. Unable to find a job or make a living, the Indian / Black American / ADOS, I'm putting y'all up on game, became economically destitute, politically deprived, and socially discriminated against. Don't this apply to all them titles that I just gave you? Black Americans, those that want to claim African Americans, those that want to claim ADOS. Don't this still applies? and has been applied throughout history. They experienced great mental pain and a deep existential and cultural crisis. In the 19th century, the thriving Cherokee tribe enjoyed a material life almost comparable to that of frontier whites. Nevertheless, with their right to self-govern and their tribal system gradually abolished by the U.S. government, the Cherokee community quickly declined and became the poorest group among the indigenous people. So, if the Indians are the Indians of the past, why aren't they using this? Second, trying to destroy Indian reservations through land distribution and ultimately disintegrate their tribes. The Dawes Act, passed in 1887, authorized the U.S. president to dissolve Indian reservations, abolish the tribal land ownership in the original reservations, and allocate land directly to Indians living inside and outside the reservation, forming a de facto land privatization system. The abolishment of tribal land ownership disintegrated the American Indian communities and seriously undermined tribal authority. Now, put y'all up on game again. ADOS, California situation. If I'm remembering correctly, one of the claims you had on there was how blacks' land was taken from them in Cali. As a matter of fact, we just read that in Evanston, Illinois. I'm putting y'all up on fucking game. You don't take that pissy ass payout. You hit them at the UN. So right here, they're telling you, if your land was taken from you illegally, that's against international law.
Auntie,
Yes, sir.
I'm confused here. Okay, if I know my land was taken from me, I know I was oppressed by individual X, and they did all this stuff to my aunties, and all this. Why am I asking for money? I'm confused. Because I would want this person persecuted. I would want them banished from the face of the earth. I would want them to reclaim all said profits that they got from said position that they were in for X time. Why am I only asking for a dividends check? I'm confused. I'll yield, but I'm confused.
Why do you think I said that 100,000, that 100K, that shit is an insult?
That's less than dividends. How much do they make per year?
I would kick all that shit over. They'd be like, get her out of here, get her out of here, get her out, ma'am, we're gonna lock you up. The hell with y'all, the hell with y'all. That's some bull crap, the hell with y'all. Get her out of here.
I got the union on my side, UN on my side.
So I'm going to say that again for the slow ones in the back.
It makes no sense, Auntie. It makes no sense.
If your people's land was taken wrongfully by the U to the S to the A government, why aren't you taking them to the UN? And you can prove it, of course.
Sue them. If you're gonna, all you're asking for is a dividends check.
I told y'all out the gate that 100K wasn't shit. I even told y'all, if you don't believe it ain't shit,
There's toilet paper.
Run me to 100K and I could show you how to spend that shit in seconds. I took and told y'all that. But let's continue. Third, taking steps to fully impose American citizenship on Indians. American Indians who were identified as mixed race had to give up their tribal status, and others were detribalized, which greatly damaged the Indian identity. Boom.
Correct. Genocide.
But let's continue. Fourth, eradicating the Indian sense of community and tribal identity by adopting measures on education, language, culture, and religion, and a series of social policies. Beginning with the Civilization Fund of 1819, the United States established or funded boarding schools across the country and forced Indian children to attend. According to a report by the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition, there have been altogether 367 boarding schools throughout the United States. By 1925, 60,000 Indian children had been forced to attend boarding schools. In 1926, 83% of Indian children were enrolled. The total number of students enrolled still remains unclear to this day. Guided by the Take the Indian, Save the Man, the United States banned Indian children from speaking their native language, wearing their traditional clothes, or carrying out traditional activities, thus erasing their language, culture, and identity in an act of cultural genocide. Indian children... Indian children suffered immensely at school, and some died from starvation, disease, and abuse. This was followed by a policy of forced foster care. Children were forcibly placed in the care of whites. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, I just think Sunday school. That's when they'll start. We need to go to church now. We start taking them away from the parents because they need to be Christianized. So when all that's into play at the moment.
Children were forcibly placed in the care of whites, which was a continuation of assimilation policy.
And
yes, sir.
One more thing. Isn't it documented too that the Black Europeans did write down themselves as white people?
Not all
not
of them,
documented?
but some of them did.
Oh.
Yeah, to get the benefits.
Correct.
And when they're talking about too, I want us just to take this into consideration. When they talk about children being placed in the care of whites, you know what came to my mind? The orphan trains.
That's so.
That's what came to my mind. Okay.
Because that's when you can mix population at that point.
Right. That was the resetting of the population.
Yeah.
These practices were not banned until 1978, when the Indian Child Welfare Act was passed. In passing the act, it was acknowledged in the Congress that a large number of Indian children had been removed to non-Indian families and institutions without permission, resulting in the breakup of the Indian families. Okay, so this, I'm not gonna lie, I think that was referring to white children being moved around.
Or the Native Indians, because it's documented here in Brantford that we do have that school where the Queen visited, and there was a group of Native kids within that school that they are now re-educating, essentially.
Right. So you mean the when you say Native children, that's the people that they're calling the Indians today, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yep.
Our replacement. Our replacement.
Yeah, the replacement population. Agreed. I would agree with that. So this particular thing with the children being removed, I think that was repopulation, fam.
Yeah. It's all that's the play right there.
Yep. As renowned historians said, with the forced assimilation, one of the most despicable things in American history reached its peak. This was perhaps the most unfortunate chapter for Indians. All right, so now I just want y'all, child. We own evidence, okay? Let's continue. That was a long ass. That was just point one, y'all. Point two. American Indians remain in serious survival and development crisis. The U.S. government's genocide of Indians has led to a precipitous drop in population of Indian communities, deterioration of their living conditions, lack of social security, low economic status, threats to their safety, and plummeted political influence.
The ghetto.
Yeah. So they're talking about, if you want to think about the Indians or the Native Americans on the reservations today, because contrary to popular belief, those reservations are worse than the ghettos.
Correct.
But wouldn't this also apply to Black Americans?
Well, that's what I'm applying it to.
I'm just putting y'all up on game. ADOS and Black Americans. Deterioration of their living conditions.
Look at your current lifestyle now. It's a pretty deteriorated position.
Low economic status. Threats to their safety. And plummeted political influence. Do you understand now why I said you are having the wrong conversations? And the basics or the basis for your reparation argument is severely flawed. But let's continue.
Doing that government.
Sharp decline of population. Oh, that's a good point, TD. Thank you for that. Drop in the population of Indian communities means the paper genocide of Walter Plecker. So in other words, changing the statuses or the identities from American Indian to Negro, Black, colored. That's a very, very good point. Okay. Now this is interesting. Sharp decline of population, and I think this is what you getting at. Very good point, Midnight Decipher. Flint Jackson water crisis. Come on with it, baby. Flint, Michigan water crisis.
They used blankets before.
Okay. Every project in the Americas. Is that not deteriorated living conditions? Threats to their safety? I'll say it for the slow ones in the back.
They give you the highest. They give you the highest interest rates on the planet.
No, we go keep the finances out of it for now. We're gonna stick to stuff that is so in your damn face. The Flint, Michigan water crisis. The Jackson water crisis. Every project in the Americas. Every ghetto in the Americas. Black Americans. ADOS. You're having the wrong conversation.
Intentionally, seems like.
You're standing on the wrong argument.
Why?
Let's continue. Sharp decline of population. Before the arrival of, so we know it wasn't no white settlers in 1492. Okay, they were saying it was 5 million Indians. Yet by 1800, the number plummeted to 600,000. Yeah. How did that plummet? Definitely through paper genocide.
He's counting in the first place.
So you trying to tell me it was 5 million Indians? They got wiped out. And then millions of Africans came over.
Yeah.
See, this math don't math. None of it maths out.
And your numbers only showed how much, Auntie? Like 600,000 or whatever it was?
Yep.
Documented?
And just real quick, let me flip back over. Because, see, what I don't want to do is lie up upon somebody. So, all right, there it was. I had it up. Let me go on back to the right table. Then maybe my behind can remember this time. It was estimates, right? Yeah, because, see, I don't want to lie. I ain't got to lie, Craig. One of my gardening buddies, and I'm so proud of him. He's doing so good. He got his own show and stuff now. But I got that little saying from him off of the movie Fridays. I ain't got to lie, Craig. I fell out when he said that. I ain't got to lie. Okay, so now they said 5 million Indians and only 600,000 was left. But their slave voyage records say what now? Total of 305,000 came to the U to the S to the A to Turtle Islands shores via their transatlantic slave numbers. And I'm even telling you, that's not even going to be pure Africans. So the math don't math no matter how you slice it.
Where all these people come from?
Exactly. Where all the people come from? Because you just done said that out of the 5 million Indians, only 600,000 was left. And then this transatlantic slave record says only 305,000. Where did the millions of people come from? Your math ain't mathing.
That's 900,000 on America.
That's not even a million.
So
the math ain't mathing.
that's a lot of people gone missing. Holy,
Unaccounted for.
you know.
Because if that's only what you say, nephew, 900,000.
Yeah, if you add up to the 6 and the 3 that came over,
Right.
about
So
9 and change.
that means don't none of us need to be messing with each other at all, because that means we closely MF related with them small numbers. Baby, baby, we very closely related with them little low numbers. No.
And Auntie, remember, this 900,000 is the same 900,000 that built up America, no? According to the story?
Right.
Remember, isn't the slaves that built up Washington and all this
Right.
and this, that, and the third?
Right, all
Columbia
of
and
that
all
part.
that.
All that nephew.
Right? All these slaves they had available.
But we still got to break it down even further. Because remember them African slaves.
Yeah, we got to teach these
They
people how to talk.
right. They gotta be taught how to farm and all that. 4, 5, and 6, right?
Them Negroes.
Because the Europeans couldn't do it. This wasn't their land.
And it was all these white people that was running things at the same time, Auntie. All these white people were running all these little Africans and Native Indians.
Right, which we
off the
can't
land.
find the records for the millions of white people that ruled over all of them savage Indians and those savage African
Or the
slaves.
first settling white people. Where you at? I know you came in as indentured servants and people's,
cargo, but
The
That's
math don't
90,000.
math. No matter how you slice and dice and cut it, it don't math out. This is a very small population. So you telling me they built it up, they did the agriculture, all of that 4, 5, and 6. No. Mm-mm.
But Auntie, the story too is how many of those ish people died? Like 6 million. So there's more of those people died than there was Indians on this land too. It was like, wow. Like that was really a Holocaust for them, but yet still, like, where did all these people come from over here? Like maybe y'all kind of just moved your numbers like from your.
The math don't math.
Don't make sense though. Don't make sense. I'm trying to make it make sense, Auntie. I'm trying.
Y'all sitting up here lying. That's just the bottom MF in line. You're lying.
Yeah, you have a story to tell, and you freaking cut the wrong people.
Right. Because I'm not the 1, 2, or 3 for the foolishness. But we finna get on back up in this article. And shout out to, just want to get her name right, Copper Empress. Shout out to this sister. She was the first one that brought this information forth on her platform. So shout out to Copper Empress for this information. There's some powerful stuff that you found, sis. So thank you for this, because, I mean, it can't get no more clearer than this. Okay? And thanks to Sis Nonya for bringing it to my attention. All right, so let me get back to this article. And it's a shame we done took up the whole show talking about this, but doggone it, I had to say it. Since y'all want to talk reparations, so you're playing with the wrong one when you trying to play with me on this.
I want to hear the conversation after this segment. I want to hear it after this.
Shit. All right, so let me make sure. So Blood is saying 5 million Indians, but it went down to 600,000. Child, I can't with them. So according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the number of American Indians in 1900 was only 237,000, the lowest in history. Now, I'm finna do a Jeopardy moment. Why do you think the U.S. Census Bureau numbers only had 237,000 Indians by the 1900s? Do, do, do. No takers on that?
Well, one of the things I could think of is that the Trail of Tears, they kill quite a few. They stopped taking.
Nah, wrong. Okay, where? let me get my flash swatter like Big Mama and them. I'm finna tell your legs and hands up, cause see, we done went over this. We done went over this, and you wasn't paying attention.
No, I wasn't. Not to the
because you can't use that argument, because that's only 100,000 people accounted for that took the deal. So that's a wrong answer.
But I never remember the
exactly, sis. Nonya, paper genocide, because by the 1900s. Folks had been way reclassified by then.
Yeah. Remember, there was a list that you were Negro,
right after the war, TD.
American.
And the doll's rolls. Yes, Chubb, that's an acceptable answer as well.
Good job, boys and girls.
So y'all was paying attention. So I ain't got to get your hands with the fly swatter. But
Thank you for giving
Sandra,
that to
I
me.
got to get your hands and your legs for that. No, that's not the answer. Do not use that as an argument. Because that little funky 100,000 don't account for the millions of Indians. The answer is the reason why, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the number of American Indians in 1900 was only 237,000, the lowest in history, because by that time, the reclassification was already in effect. So the rest of them Indians have been reclassified as Negro or Black.
Right.
Like myself.
Civilized tribes were created at this point.
My mommy, my
And,
grandmommy.
is that number also documenting the uncivilized tribe? Because remember, they're only really cared about the civilized tribes at this point.
No, it's not documenting the uncivilized tribes, because remember, they went
Right.
extinct. Let's be clear.
Correct. I know.
Remember, the uncivilized tribes went extinct. Went extinct where my family members was on one of those extinct records.
The Cato.
But here
and the
I sit
Irish.
here upon
Right.
this social media platform
Freedom.
talking shit to you. All right. So among them, more than a dozen tribes such as the Pequot, Mohegan, and Massachusetts were completely extinct. Baby. Okay, Ron, my Pequot, Mohegan, and Massachusetts. That ain't Sis Rhonda saying that, baby.
Right, you got killed right there on paper.
I'm not saying that's not me saying it, baby. I understand. They killed you on paper. Absolutely. Between 1800 and 1900, the American Indians lost more than half their population, and their proportion in the total U.S. population dropped from 10.15. That don't make sense. 15% to, is that, maybe I am reading it wrong. Whatever the hell. Oh, okay, 10%. I'm sorry. Okay, I was reading it wrong. 10% to under 1%. Throughout the so right here, I'm trying to teach y'all too how to read their codedness. So what they're telling you here with this particular thing as well, that they did a lot of reclassification between this time period.
Right.
Okay. Throughout the 19th century, okay, so this is a Jeopardy question, and I'm not going to get hands with the fly swatter on this one because we didn't go over this. This just using, put your thinking cap on. What else was happening in the 19th century from a population standpoint? Jeopardy moment.
Wars?
The new population of Europe.
Wars.
That's one answer. Not the particular one I was looking for. Ding, 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 ding.
Birth certificates.
Ding, ding.
No.
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 Do I have to have Chuck go through the prizes today? Thank you, Chuck. Thank you. That's right. I was going to have Chuck go through the prizes. I ain't got shit for y'all. No type of prizes, okay? This is a low budget show. Chubb gave the answer. Ellis Island. That's what I want you to think. Immigration. Bingo.
From Europeans taking over the place.
The white Europeans now showing up.
So when we are reading through this shit, this is why it's important for you to do your genealogy. This is why it's important for you just to have a basic understanding of the timelines in history. Just a basic understanding. And I ain't even cold with it like that. with knowing
was a
how
civil war,
to
too.
like be on exact dates with the wars and all of that shit. I ain't even that cold with it. I have to look some shit up and remember, but I understand the basic timelines. That's how you prove your case, your heritage, the timeline, where your folks fit in. That's how you win if you choose to argue. Because I see, me personally, I ain't finna argue with nobody about my heritage. That I ain't finna do because it ain't none of your business. But if you did so happen to get into an argument, that's how you win them. You have to understand the historical timelines, what was going on. Okay, that's where I was going with this. Okay. So what they're telling you, and you can see the play, because they're telling you pretty much they paper genocide the Indians. They really went full scale from the 1800s through the 1900s. Oh, and guess what? The 1900s also happened to be when mass integration happened with white Europeans. Throughout the 19th century, while the U.S. population grew by 20 to 30% every 10 years, who was the population growth during this time period? Now I am going to get the fly swatter on your legs if you don't get this one right, because I just gave the answer.
The white Europeans.
The white Europeans. So now, as Brother Sean would say, why would I go to the white man to ask him for anything back?
Right.
When I was here before he was here. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back.
He's an afterthought at this point.
Why would I go to the white man and ask for my stuff back, ask for a payout, ask for rights, privileges, when I was here before he was here?
For his constitution, remember that.
Even let's say if I was a slave using the ADOS theory.
All right.
Your people were still here before majority of the white population. I'm going to say that for the slow ones in the back, because I want y'all to understand ADOS, how your argument is flawed, how you gonna stay losing, and how it's not logical.
Intentionally.
Whether or not you was an Indian, whether or not you was a black European, whether or not you was an African slave, do you understand that your heritage predates on this land before the majority of the white population? You don't understand what you should be going after it. You don't know how to go after it. Exactly, TD. He just got here. Parrot. Nobody should be walking up around in the Americas, if you are black and brown, whatever you want to call yourself, ashamed of your heritage. Not nary, not one of you. That's whether or not you Black European, whether or not you Black Indian, whether or not you Black African. Because more than likely, your heritage has been on this continent longer than the average white person. Stack up that genealogy, baby. Because I have busted many that have talked it, shitted it to moi. Yeah. Don't fuck up and give me a name, baby. Because I can run it back. Now you say what to me, Hal, and your people just got over here in 19 da-da-da-da. Baby, if you don't go somewhere and sit down, sweet pea, I don't want to hurt your feelings, okay? Go on with it now.
How is he oppressing you?
And that part too. But let's continue. So, white people was coming up in here and their population, they were increasing the population 20 to 30% every 10 years. The Indian population experienced a decline. Currently, the Indian, which is really this, Alaskan Native, that's really the Native American. The Alaska Native and the Asians population accounts for only 1.3 million of the total U.S. population. Let's go back to these numbers. See, because I ain't got to lie, Craig. I ain't got to lie. I just wants to refresh your memory. Okay, I just be trying to remember which screens y'all I need to go to, so my bad. So the math still ain't mathing.
No, it isn't.
It does not math. No matter how you slice and dice this MF, it don't math. Does it make sense? Because this shows you it wasn't millions of Africans on this continent.
Mm.
You're telling us that the Indian, who y'all saying are the Indians, they numbers dwindled down to only 1% of the population. Then how we got all these black and brown people in the millions? Because your math don't math. Go play with somebody else. Because you're not finna play with me. Deteriorating living conditions. Indians were pushed from the east to the barren west, and most of the Indian reservations were located in remote areas unfit for agriculture, much less for investment in industrial development. Now, let me tell you, let me peep game. Right here, this already done told you. Who stayed in the South for the most part? And we can even do Northeast. We said majority of who we're calling black folks today, right?
Right.
Correct.
What were those black folks' ancestors doing back then?
Farming.
They were farming. I know that's what I see on my people's records.
Yep, me too.
Farmer for the farmer, for farm. So these particular people that they're calling Indians that went to the West, you mean to tell me they're on land that they can't even grow shit on? That don't even make sense to me.
And got land in the South. Some of us.
Do you all get where I'm going with this? Our ancestors was like, where? Baby, I don't know nothing about that. Colorado. I know my country ass folks. Colorado. I don't know nothing about no Colorado. No. I don't know nothing about no Arizona.
What the hell are we doing?
The ones that went to Texas, at least they was smart enough. Oh, well, shit, I can grow some stuff here. Yeah, okay. Let me go on and put some stuff down here. Yeah, we straight over here. We squate. Most of the ancestors said, no, y'all can have that, baby. I'm good with that. I got to be able to grow my collards. You got me all the way messed up. I got to be able to grow my collards, my turnips, my corn, my maters. You got me messed up. I don't know nothing about that out there, baby.
Yeah, but you could take the boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out the boy.
Even to this day. What I'm 3 generations in of the up northness.
You still want to go back?
Well, I did go back. I was in Atlanta for quite some time.
Well, I did. I haven't gone back since I was a kid.
But my point being, even up north, ain't nobody lost that knowledge from farming.
No.
Ain't none of us lost that. Matter of fact, I had showed y'all in one of the podcast thingy-majigs that I did on the projects, Cabrini Green and Chi-Town, back up in the early days, up in the 60s and the 50s, when them projects was first opened, you had Big Mama and them out there, baby, doing that garden. They had a bomb-ass garden, too. Them collards look so good. In the courtyard, they were gardening. Because it was those Southerners who came from the South up to the North, my family being one of them. Their Southern cultural roots, them American Indian roots, never left. An Indian ain't finna go nowhere where they can't grow nothing. We gonna carry some seeds in our pocket. Women, we got the seed in our pocketbook. Oh, we gotta move to another territory. Oh no, I got my seeds. We squate.
Fashion.
An American Indian ain't finna go nowhere where you can't grow nothing. You got us all the way messed up. You understand us? It ain't finna happen. Our people ain't that dumb. So it was quite clear to me why my ancestors wasn't trying to go out no west. I don't know nothing about no Colorado. Colorado, I think I said. Colorado. I don't know nothing about none of that out west stuff. What you mean it's a bunch of sand? Nah, baby, I don't know nothing about that, okay? When you are an American Indian and you have it in your blood, you can look at soil and you can fucking tell whether or not something is going to grow in it, and you can tell what you need to do to make it grow. So why would I set myself up to go somewhere where the soil is so tainted? And why it's so tainted, that's another conversation. We talking reset, but we gonna keep it to this American Indian stuff tonight. Why in the hell would I go somewhere where I can't grow anything to feed my family? Migration patterns are based on survival. Because otherwise, what's the point? All right. There are currently about 310 Native Americans. So now we're talking about reservations. I'm going to stick to Native Americans. There are currently about 310 Native American reservations in the United States, accounting for 2.3 of the U.S. territory, and not all federally recognized tribes have their own reservations. These reservations are mostly located in remote and barren areas with poor living conditions and inadequate access to water and other vital resources, where 60% of the road systems are dirt or gravel roads. On the surface, Indians are no longer the subject of extermination, but just forgotten, invisible, and discriminated against, yet in reality, they are simply left there for self-extermination. So do you all understand? Anybody that's trying to take shots at the ancestors, why you do this, why you do that, if you just have a basic understanding of history, if you understand where your family fits in the timeline, if you look at your family's migration patterns, you should understand why certain decisions were made. Anybody with basic common sense would not move their family to an area where you can't even feed your family.
Foreign land. Yeah.
But let's continue. So that's why most of our family didn't go on no Indian reservations. Okay. And even with my family, that the part that was on the Indian reservation, they were still on fertile land. I could tell you that much out of South Carolina. They wasn't that goddamn dumb. And they were labeled as one of the tribes that went extinct.
Of course.
But let's continue. The U.S. government has also systematically used Indian reservations as toxic nuclear waste dumps through the means of deception and coercion, subjecting them to long-term exposure to uranium and other radioactive materials. As a result, the cancer incidence and fatality rates in the communities concerned is significantly higher than in other parts of the country. Indian communities have effectively become the garbage cans in the development process of the United States. Black Americans, just gave you another point. Okay? So you got to put on your thinking hat from this point on. Y'all should get the theme of this. For instance, in the Navajo Nation reservations, the largest Indian tribe in the United States, about a quarter of women and some infants have large amounts of radioactive substances in their bodies. During the 40-plus years prior, in 2009, the U.S. government had reportedly conducted a total of 928 nuclear tests in the area inhabited by the Shoshone tribe of American Indians, producing approximately 620,000 tons of radioactive fallout, nearly 48 times the amount of radioactive fallout from the 1945 atomic bombing in Hiroshima, Japan.
So what?
That's just one instant. How many in the ghettos, in the hoods, are impacted by not nuclear, I didn't want to say nuclear, some type of toxic material.
I was thinking the Taki experiment, U.S. government.
Right. That's one example. I remember I saw a documentary. This was somewhere in Louisiana. It wasn't New Orleans. But it was a small town that was all black in Louisiana. That documentary was really, really good. where it was a similar situation. You do realize that the infant mortality rate is really, really high in the Black community. You do realize that the infant mortality rate for Black women is so high that it doesn't even matter based on income. It doesn't even matter based on education. Any of those other factors. It doesn't even matter about healthcare insurance.
Having wealth or money coming from a so-called good family.
Yet none of that matters. The Black infant mortality rate, so meaning Black expectant mothers, is extremely high. I'm putting y'all up on game, Black Americans. Let's continue. Lack of Social Security. According to a report released by the Indian Health Service, life expectancy of American Indians is 5.5 years lower than that of average Americans, and the incidence, child, let me clutch my pearls. They got so much game in this article. So they saying 5.5 years lower than that of the average American, and the incidence of what? Diabetes, chronic liver disease, and alcohol addiction are 3.2 times, 4.6 times, and 6.6 times as much as the U.S. average, respectively. Really? What's the number for quote, quote, Black Americans? I hope y'all seeing this pattern. Academic studies show that among all ethnic groups in the United States, Indians have the shortest life expectancy and the highest infant mortality rate. See, I didn't even read through this whole thing. I just told y'all Black women have the highest infant mortality rate.
Did you know we didn't start hitting the highest level of women dying in pregnancy now?
That's infant mortality rate. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and I'm not telling nothing I'm guessing. I'm telling you something that I know.
Yeah, it's out there. I don't get it.
The incidence of drug and alcohol abuse among Indian adolescents is 13.3 times and 1.4 times higher than the national average. And the taking yourself out rate is 1.9 times that of the national average. These phenomena are closely related to insufficient, government investment in public health resources, underlying health inequalities, and the overall undevelopment of minority communities. Now, I'm going to stop it right there. I could end this MF live right now. And you have everything you need to prove your case. Because exactly what they named, and I can't vouch for the addiction on alcohol and drug abuse. I can't vouch for that. But this other stuff, the diabetes, those health issues, infant mortality rate, and public health resources, insufficient government investment, and underdevelopment of the minority communities. Oh, that applies to the Black Americans as well, right? But let's continue. The U.S. government provides limited educational and medical assistance to Indians. 99% of all such assistance has gone to reservation residents, but 70% of the Indians live in cities and therefore cannot be covered. Apart from the Indian Health Service, many Indians have no access to health insurance and are often subject to discrimination and language barrier in non-Indian health services and non-tribal health facilities. Okay, so not having access to health insurance and subject to medical discrimination. Okay. But let's continue. The underprivileged status of Indians in healthcare was further exposed among the C-19 pandemic. U.S. CDC statistics show that as of August 18, 2020, the C-19 incident and case fatality rates among Indians were 2.8 times and 1.4 times, respectively, that of white Americans. A report produced by the UN Special Rapporteur on the right to adequate housing pursuant to Human Rights Council Resolution 43/14 points out that Native Americans, and damn, yeah, they put this shit right in y'all face. They even called you out, ADOS. They even said in African Americans are disproportionately affected by C-19 with a hospitalization rate 5 times that of non-Hispanic and white Americans. The C-19 infection rate in the Navajo Nation, the largest Indian reservation in the United States, even surpassed that of New York at one point, reaching the highest in the country. In terms of education, the conditions of the Indian reservations are much poorer than those of white American communities. Really? Who else does that apply to? But let's continue. According to the 2013 to 2017 statistics of the U.S. Census Bureau, only 14.3% of American Indians held a bachelor's degree or higher, in contrast to 15.2% for Hispanics, 20.6% for African Americans, and 34.5% for white Americans. Many Indian reservations are struggling with dilapidated schools and shattered education system. Now, I'm finna to tell y'all something. African Americans, y'all kicked ass. To be 20% based on the conditions, y'all kicked ass. Okay? And I'm fencing to point out, shout out to black women, because of this 20% number, a higher that percentage is black women. Because this same African American category, you still struggle with dilapidated schools and a shattered education system, because the American public school system is funded by home ownership taxes. So right there,
we're about only 3% who own homes, right? So,
and not only that, let's look at it from this standpoint. Let's think about home value.
Oh, it's always lower.
It's always lower. So there's less taxes collected, right? Because the public schools are being funded. I ate somebody's ass up over this, baby.
And redlining.
Right.
redlining. You could only go in bad. I mean, low
Right.
income
And
neighborhoods.
right there, you can get their ass on international law and the UN on redlining. That's why I keep telling them they're having the wrong arguments. But again, the American public school system is funded by homeowners' taxes, okay?
Yep.
Anybody that own a home, you have to pay tax on that bad boy. Where does the majority of them taxes go to?
In the white schools.
In the school. No, it doesn't go by white and black. It goes by neighborhood.
Well, the neighborhoods are usually ours,
Right, but the point being, if melanated folks live in communities where they are collecting less taxes for the schools than the white communities, then the melanated communities are getting less educational perks and budgets. So I'm going to say again, African Americans, y'all kicked ass because that's pretty damn good to be 20% based on the conditions. But let's continue. The New York Times reported that only 60% of American Indian studies in the Wind River Reservation finished high school, while 80% of white students in Wyoming graduated from high school. The dropout rate in the reservations is 40%, more than twice the state average in Wyoming. And American Indian teens in the reservations are twice more likely to take themselves out compared with the peers in their community. Okay, ADOS, what's the numbers for the dropout rates and the taken out rates? Compare it against the white community. I'm putting y'all up on game, and I swear I didn't want to do this. Let's continue. Poor economic and security conditions. Many reservations in barren land of the Midwest have been grappling with economic stagnation. Ha ha! God damn it, I can't believe these people didn't put this stuff up in here. Damn! Many reservations in the barren land of the Midwest have been grappling with economic stagnation and become the poorest areas in the country. The poverty rate of some reservations has even surpassed 85%. According to statistics of the U.S. Census in 2018, the poverty rate of American Indians at 25% was the highest among all ethnic minorities, compared with 20.8% of African Americans. That ain't too far behind from the Native Americans, right? No. 20.8% for African Americans, 17.6% for Hispanics, and 8.1% for white Americans. The median income of American Indians families was only 60% of that of white families. ADOS, what's the income comparison to the white families? Let's continue. In a visit to Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, the Atlantic revealed that the local unemployment rate was high as 80%. Damn. Most of the Indians in the reservation lived below the federal poverty line, and many families had no access to tap water and electricity. As the food relief provided, the federal government was generally high in sugar and calories. The local diabetes incident rate was 8 times higher than the national average, and the average life expectancy was only about 50 years. So they're pretty much saying they got food deserts, right? Nutritional issues. ADOS. Where's the comparison? Let's continue. Poor economic conditions have led to serious law and order issues. I know you lying, article. Baby, clutch pearls, clutch pearls, clutch pearls. Poor economic conditions have led to serious law and order issues. In the Pine Ridge Reservation, unemployed youngsters often turn to gang culture in search of identity and belonging, while alcoholism, fighting, and drug abuse are commonplace in local communities. Child. Now you say what in that article? ADOS. Where is the comparison? According to a research, and this is what trips me out just by this statement, y'all. Just the fact gang culture. When you immediately hear gang culture, do you think about a Native American Indian or do you think about a Black American?
Wow.
So y'all can go play with somebody else with the foolishness. According to a research by the U.S. National Institute of Justice, more than 1.5 million American Indians and Alaskan Native women in the United States, or 84% of the group's total population, has suffered from violence in their lifetime. Can we talk about Black femicide?
Yeah.
In addition, many lawbreakers took advantage of the loopholes in local laws to conduct criminal activities, leading to further deterioration of the security in the reservations. Swap out reservations with ghettos. But let's continue. Disadvantaged political status. In mainstream American politics, the Indian and other Native Americans are not choosing to be silent. Rather, they have been silenced by the system and systematically erased. American Indians have a relatively small population and do not have a strong interest in politics, with a lower turnout rate in the elections than other ethnic groups. Their interests and demands are often ignored by politicians. Now, this is the sad part, Black Americans. You voting and your interests are still not honored. As a result, American Indians have been reduced to second-class citizens in the United States, and they are often called the invisible minority or the vanishing race in the country. It was not until 1924 that the American Indians were conditionally granted U.S. citizenship, and not until 1965 they were given the right to vote. In June 2020, the Native American Rights Fund and other institutions conducted a study on the barriers for political participation faced by Native American voters. With the participation of civil society, legal experts, and scholars from around the country, the results show that only 66% of the 4.7 million eligible Native American voters were registered, and more than 1.5 million Native American voters could not meaningfully exercise their right to vote due to political barriers. According to results, Native American voters face 11 pervasive obstacles to political participation, including limited hours of government offices, lack of funding for elections, and discrimination. In the current U.S. Congress, only 4 members are American Indians, accounting for less than 1%, 0.74, of the members of Congress in both houses. The political engagement influence of Native Americans are disproportionately lower than other groups of the American population. So, Black Americans, the sad part is we can't even say this applies to you. Because you are voting, but you ain't getting nothing out of it. But let's continue. Native Americans communities have long suffered neglect and discrimination. Many U.S. government statistical programs either leave them aside completely or simply classify them as others. Shannon Keller O'Laughlin, Chief Executive Attorney and attorney of the Association of American Indian Affairs, said that the greatest aspiration of Native American is to attain social recognition. Native Americans have diverse cultures and languages, but are often not seen as an ethnic group, but as a political stratum with limited autonomy based on treaties with the federal government. Now, I find that interesting that old girl said they don't even see us as an ethnic group. The Brookings Institution recently published an article saying that the U.S. Monthly Employment Report ignores American Indians. The economic well-being of this group receives little attention and is largely left out of the discussion. There are nearly 200 American Indian tribes in California, only half of which are recognized by the federal government. Although the Biden administration appointed the first American Indian cabinet member, the political participation rate and political influence of Indians are still way too low compared to the share of the American population. So, just gonna point this out. Black Americans, you have political representation that you voted for. How's it working for you? Are y'all getting the theme of this? Do y'all understand why to this day there's still arguments and swinging over here on Turtle Island on identities? Do you understand why everybody and their cousin, brother, and mother is harassing the quote, quote, Black American on their heritage? You should understand just from this article, either way you slice it, how important you are. Where you're fucking up at is who you have representing you politically and what argument you're standing on. Here's the quote, quote, Native Americans pretty much telling you in this paragraph they don't give a shit about them because they don't got the numbers. But let's continue. According to a poll conducted by Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, more than 1/3 of Native Americans have experienced neglect, violence, humiliation, and discrimination in the workplace. And American Indians living in Indian populated areas are more likely subject to discrimination when dealing with the police, at work, and during voting. Okay, so all I got to do, I can scratch all that other shit and just put dealing with the police. That's all the shit. All the rest of that could be stricken up out of here. So ADOS, BLM. Where's the comparison? And I'm just going to put dealing with the popo. According to the U.S. Department of Interior, American Indians are twice as likely to be jailed for minor crimes as other ethnic groups. Really? Really now? BLM. Now I'm finna to get in your ass, baby. How is your data stacking up against this? The incarceration rate of Indian men is 4 times that of white men. And the rate of Indian women is 6 times that of white women. Really? Wow. BLM, Jim Crow situation with the Jim Crow laws.
Maritime.
ADOS. How is your argument stacking up against this? Because you scream about prison pipeline, right? The prison pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
But let's continue. The Atlantic commented that from the expulsion, slaughtered, and forced assimilation back in history, the current widespread poverty and neglect, the American Indians, once the owner of this continent, now have a very weak voice in American society. American Indian writer Rebecca Nagle pointed out sharply that being made invisible is a new type of racial discrimination against American Indian and other indigenous peoples. The Los Angeles Times commented that the unjust treatment of Native Americans is deeply embedded in the social structure and legal system of the United States.
Well, they made money off the legal system on us.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
They profit from that.
Yeah. But we get the gist of this, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We're better in there than out on the streets for them.
Endangered culture. From the 1870s to the late 1920s, the U.S. government forcibly implemented the system of American Indian border schools in Native American areas to improve English and Christian education on Indian children. Okay. There were even cases of Indian children being kidnapped, napped, and forced to attend schools in many places. The system of American Indian boarding school imposed on Native Americans as part of the history of the United States caused irreparable damage, especially to the youth and children. Many Native Americans of the younger generation found themselves unable to gain a foothold in mainstream society and felt difficult to preserve and promote their own traditional culture, which leaves them bewildered and anguished about their own culture and identity. I'm finna put y'all up on game. Again, I swear that ain't what I intended to do, because I wasn't finna lay this shit out like that with the extra commentary regarding the game. Y'all lucky nephew mentioned it the way he did, because I wasn't finna point none of this out. I was just gonna read this article and keep it pushing. Based on this, didn't they set up schools for AK melanated black children? And didn't those schools teach Christianity? And weren't even some of those schools set up with an African theme? I'm putting you up on game. That fits into this category of endangered culture. Because you telling me my babies are up in this school learning about this white Christ. You know that Jesus picture that a lot of black Americans still got on their wall, a white Jesus. So either way you slice it, I'm just going to put you up on game. Because even if you're saying you're ADOS, was your original religion Christianity? Was your original savior a white Jesus? I'm just putting you up on game. So this same boarding school that they're speaking of is not exclusive to the Native Americans. It also applies to who they're calling now blacks, coloreds, and African Americans. You do realize this still applies. So during this time, they are telling you that they were re-educating, rewriting history with them babies. This is where the switching of the identities came into play. So I'm putting you up on game. This really applies to everybody. It applies to the Native Americans. It applies to the indigenous Black Indians. It applies to the Black Europeans. See, you know you done fucked up, right? Because now you have a population of Black Americans that can get that ass on a bunch of fronts. Because either way you slice it, you done set up here and violated the cultural bloodline by this Christianity shit. And building into your boarding schools and still into your school systems today, telling me an identity that ain't got a doggone thing to do with me. I'm just putting you up on game, but let's continue. In these boarding schools, I know they lie. In these boarding schools, American Indian children's braids, a symbol of courage, were cut off and their traditional clothing burned. They were strictly prohibited from speaking their mother tongue, and violators would be beaten hard. In these schools, military-style management was imposed on Native American children who suffered from not only corporal punishment by mentors, but also sex abuse. Y'all see that word. Quite a few American Indian children fell ill and even died due to harsh educational methods, forced way of living, homesickness, and malnutrition. This is really, really heartbreaking. But correct me if I'm wrong, as I just so happen to braid up my locks today and put the scarf on. Aren't they discussing something called the Crown Act? Do y'all know what the Crown Act is? And who it applies to? I'm talking today. Where they had to put laws on the book regarding what? How black people wear their hair.
What?
Yeah, go look it up. It's called the Crown Act.
That's too. Mhm.
Because
In workplace or just?
in workplace, absolutely. People were being discriminated against.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that. They just did that.
Oh, you got locks? Oh no, I don't want nobody with locks.
Remember they were snatching the kids' hair out of their head in schools because of the hair?
And it's
Yeah.
always
that's
been
what-
that way. It's always been that way. I remember my step grandmother, because my grandfather got remarried. It's a little girl. She had long hair, like longer than mine. And she would wear them in the 2 braids. Okay, because that's actually how my grandmother, actually 2 of my grandmothers, wore their hair in the 2 braids. And she said her teacher said, look at this pickaninny with all of this hair. So I'm just going to restate that for the slow ones in the back. Don't we have a law that was just recently passed regarding the Crown Act? Now, whose crown was that in regards to? Regarding the hair that's coming up out of their scalp? Because folks had an issue with the natural hair coming up out of folks' scalp and was being discriminated against. Was that the Native American population or was that the Black American population? To my understanding, it was the Black American population. So those people that talk shit about women not wearing their hair natural, I don't think you understand the history, how that went into play. I don't think you understand. Started in the 70s with mama and them, you know, wearing their fros and wearing their braids and stuff. But when it was time, the workplace switched it up. That wasn't appropriate. It was too ethnic. They was even still pulling that shit when I started going in the workforce. And what made me switch up, it's number one, it was definitely the energy. But I was overseas. And anybody that's been overseas, you know they have a different outlet plug system than we have here. And I had to buy the damn converter plug situations to go with my curling iron. That was the very first overseas trip that I took. And dealing with all them damn cords and then plugging up that curling iron. Let me tell you something. I got back to the States and I said, I'm finna grow out this perm And fuck that. I'm not going back. I'm never going back to that.
Well, most of that stuff was detrimental to us because of the chemicals in it.
Right. I
And,
understand
most
that.
of-
I totally agree with that. But I'm giving you the history of
yeah.
the instillment of the Crown Act. Okay? That's why Black American women, if you had a corporate job,
Had to wear it straight.
you had to wear it straight. You know what I'm talking about, Sis Sandra. Where is the
Oh, yeah.
lie? There ain't no
No,
lie
no.
in what I'm saying.
And if you didn't wear it straight, they talked about you until you had to. You're not dressing professional.
You're not dressing professional. I'm not making this up
No, you're not.
because I lived it. But then it was my generation, Gen X. I said, I don't give a fuck. You understand me? You fire me. You do what the fuck you gotta do. But the hair that's coming up out of my head, that's what I'm rocking.
That's me too. I don't care what.
Now I'm putting my color in, and I change up my color. But goddamn it, you gonna accept it? Or I can slide the hell up on out of here. Okay? So, ADOS, where's your stand on this issue? We talking brothers being discriminated against with the braids and the locks. Because it's more accepted now with, quote, quote, Black women. And shout out to the Black women. Y'all want to sit up here and talk, those that talk shit about the Black women wearing their hair not natural. Shout out to both parties. Those that you choosing to wear your hair the way you want to, you do you, boo.
I don't press my hair neither. That's another ploy.
And shout out to the Black women, because I was one of them, that kicked that motherfucking door down and said, I'm going to wear my hair the way I want to.
I did that years ago.
I cut all that shit off and let it grow out and was sitting there chilling.
But I got laughed at by our
No,
own people.
I literally hit the opposite. I had Black women pull me to the side, was like, what made you so brave? I said, because I'm not finna be bothered with this perm. My nerves is bad. I got shit to do. And they gonna accept this hair coming up out of my scalp, but they ain't. That's the bottom fucking line.
Well, I just said, I don't care. Laugh all you want.
And for the longest time, I was the only one.
Mm-hmm.
And then I start gradually seeing it happen.
See them, yeah.
And now it's
after a while, you
common.
see-
It's common
Yeah.
now among Black women. We don't think nothing about it. You natural with your natural hair, or you got your other styles going on.
Mm-hmm. They used to just stare at you. I didn't know what they were staring at, but as you see it, I was the first.
Yeah.
In a whole city. And then all of a
You
sudden,
saw it
I
gradually
start to see
change.
it.
It's interesting because my play sister, we've been knowing each other since our 20s. And even back then in like the 90s, whatever, we was into, okay, I'm going to just have my hair braided. I went through the little short haircut phase. My shit was fly. That's not the point of this conversation. The point being, she was saying here in Columbus, she was like, for years, I was the only one wearing my hair natural. I said, yeah, that was about, she said, damn, that's messed up. That was you. I said, yeah, I was the lone wolf also. It was Black women that kicked that door down. I know because I was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And even in my own family, now there's more women natural than not natural. And it ain't no shade or nothing against the ones that aren't natural. Because we're not ignorant like that. Go on, do your thing, girl. Hey, I understand. Child, that's too much maintenance for me. I got shit to do. Okay? So shout out to Black women. We kicked that motherfucking door down. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to get stuck on that hair. But point being, don't be sitting up here talking to me about no damn hair when I know that's talking about Black people. Shit. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What was that? 10? That movie 10 was it Brett, whatever her name was?
Child running down that beat. And I don't have a problem. Bo Derek's raggedy self. Because that was my mom talking. My mom is a hot mess. She is a hot mess. She said, I know this whore. She's so wrong, y'all. I know this whore ain't running down this beach
with all the braids.
With these braids in her hair. I know they lying.
That was funny.
I was rolling.
Me too. I was too.
I just put up something, a YouTube short about how in Japan, them babies are wearing locks. I just put the shit up this week, and that video just yeah. That it just came across my feed. I was like, whoa, yeah. Them Japanese babies got their locks, and they actually look good. And they gave the reason why they got their locks, and they totally said Black American culture.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So, let's see. What did they say? All right. So the U.S. government has also enacted laws prohibiting Native Americans from performing religious rituals, which have been passed down through generations, and those involved in such activities would be arrested and imprisoned. Since the 20th century, with the rise of the civil rights movement in the United States, the protection of Native Americans' traditional culture and history has improved to some extent. However, due to serious damage that has already been inflicted, what is left now are mostly cultural relics preserved by later generations using the English language instead.
Well,
now, I do have to say to the Black Americans, the culture may be mixed, but the culture never died. A matter of fact, shout out to Sister Divinity. We was literally just having this conversation a couple days ago, and we was laughing because we like, Black people, we just got our culture, and we be knowing what each other is talking about. So we never lost the culture. Okay? So that's shout out to our ancestors. And it's up to us to carry on the culture, but carry on a healthy culture.
But I found that Europeans have to press their hair too. Since I was thinking about that after you said that. I know your own religion and stuff, but what religion do we have that is indigenous to us that they had to stop us doing? I don't know what that would be, because most of the things I know is that we went to church all the time and learned their religions. Maybe it's the shouting and getting the Holy
who
Spirit
is the they though? Let's analyze that. That's a good point though, sis. Let's get back to that.
Well, when you go to church, you learn how to shout and sing and run around like you're crazy. But for the Indian culture, what would be our religion that they blocked from us doing? I don't know. I really don't.
Okay, it's two folds. I mean, we got the answer for you, but how did you get the Christianized stuff?
Well, we got the Christianized stuff from our own preachers that melanated folks that got into the office so they can work, I guess, to have a job. And there are parents. I know I got mine from my parents sending me to this church I've never been to in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how I got indoctrinated to the religion of the Jesus.
Right, but how did Jesus make it into our families? This is great conversation, by the way. This is very, very good conversation.
It got in there by our men, who was mostly the preachers, and they converted all the women because the women like to see the men, play act up there on the stage doing Jesus stuff. And then the mothers of the children wanted to get rid of us so they could have some time to themselves. So they sent us to them churches. Well, that's what my mother did, and they stayed home. So I would imagine, I don't know, if I look at the slave stuff, the farmers, the Europeans brought Jesus to the land, and they had those little areas where the slaves, as they call it, was able to go out there.
I'm going to cut it real short. Missionaries. I'm just going to cut that short.
Yeah.
We ain't got to go up the corner around the block. I was asking, what is the origins of Christianity? It's missionary work.
Yeah.
Those schools that they talked about in this article were based on missionaries setting that stuff up. Okay?
Right. The Christians brought them over. I mean, the Catholics and stuff.
Yeah, and missionaries.
In California,
exactly.
Yeah, in California, they did that, the missions.
Yeah, missionaries. And somebody said, what was the religion? Midnight Decipher said, Mother Nature.
Yeah, we give honor to Mother Nature for all the bounty. Yeah, I guess it would.
Yeah.
That's a religion.
It was definitely Mother Nature.
But I mean, I don't know, maybe the Europeans had a different opinion with
missionary. I already gave you the answer.
I know. I mean, for us, that they would prevent us from honoring nature. It's something we were doing, right?
What do you mean something we're doing? I just gave you the answer. What part am I not making clear?
I think I'm getting it. I think I am, because they know that we were worshiping the goodness that the planet gave us. We still do that, but it was something they didn't like. And so they wanted their God, Jesus, to be worshiped. I got it.
Rebecca Nagel believes the information about the Native Americans have been systematically removed from mainstream media and popular culture. According to a report by the National Indian Education Association, 87% of the state-level U.S. history textbooks do not mention post-1900 history of indigenous people. According to the Smithsonian Institute, and I'm giving them the middle finger, y'all can't see me, things taught about Native Americans in American schools are full of inaccurate information and fail to present the real picture of the suffering of the indigenous people. Rick Santorum, a former Republican senator from Pennsylvania, said publicly at the Young Americans Foundation that we birthed a nation from nothing. I mean, there was nothing here, but candidly, there isn't much Native American culture in American culture. His remarks dismissed and neglected the influence of the indigenous people in the American culture. In his defense,
man, this thing keeps
he is accurate. I mean, in his little raggedy defense, he said there isn't much Native American culture. And he's right. Because they're not the indigenous people of the land.
That's true.
So in his little raggedy defense, he's right. And the inaccuracy, the Raggedy Smithsonian, and you still get the middle finger, because you all are a huge big cover up. Anytime digging is going on, there y'all are coming to snatch up some artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you know that the information is inaccurate. The inaccuracy is who is really the American Indian, the indigenous American Indian. But let's continue. Now, we just on point 3, y'all. I think this is going to be the last little point. This article is the bomb, y'all. Domestic criticism long ignored by the U.S. government over the genocide of the American Indian. Child. Dang, it's midnight already. Whew. First, the academic community has a shared view on this issue. Since the 1970s, American academics have begun to use the term genocide to denounce U.S. policy towards American Indians. In the 1990s, American Holocaust, The Conquest of the New World by David E. Stannard, a professor at the University of Hawaii, and A Little Matter of Genocide by Ward L. Churchill, a former professor at the University of, this is funny, Colorado. Now I'm going to be saying Colorado differently, yeah. Sent shockwaves across the academic community. Blood and Soil, A World History of Genocide and Extermination from Sparta to Darfur by Ken Kernan, a professor at Yale University, gave a brief account of genocides the United States committed against American Indians at different historical stages. And an American genocide, the United States and the California Indian Catastrophe, 1846 to 1873 by Benjamin Madley, an associate professor at UCLA, unearthed the massacre of Native Americans by U.S. government during the California Gold Rush. I'm not going to give up that game. That's a private conversation behind the scenes. Roxanne Dunbar Ortiz, an American historian dedicated to the study of indigenous people, concluded that all 5 acts of genocide listed in the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crimes of Genocide can be found in the crimes the United States committed against the American Indians. Native Americans are undoubtedly victims of genocide, and it is significant to admit that U.S. policy towards American Indians are in fact acts of genocide. Second, the media has been calling for a change on the issue. An article published in the New York Times reported that the U.S. Hastings College of Law was named after a perpetrator of genocide, which accelerated the process of changing the names of the college. According to the ABC News, the aspirations from Native Americans range from sovereignty claims to making their voice heard. Some respondents said that the theft of American Indians' land and the obliteration of indigenous languages were in fact systematic genocide. The Washington Post published an article accusing the United States of never formally admitted that it had taken genocidal policies towards indigenous people. A foreign policy article demanded that the United States acknowledge its genocide of the American Indians. Bounty, a documentary released in November 2021, in which some Native Americans were invited to read official historical documents on the United States, posting high rewards for American Indian scalps, also triggered reflections on the heinous genocidal policies in the country. As affirmative action becomes prevalent after World War II, American society began to reflect on the issue of American Indians. The government passed a resolution apologizing to indigenous people. In 2019, Gavin Newsom, that go your boy, Governor of California issued a statement to apologize to the indigenous population in California, admitting that the state's actions against Indian tribes in the mid-19th century were genocides. However, the reflection of the U.S. government looks more like a political stunt. It has not officially admitted the atrocities against Native Americans are acts of genocide. Real changes still seem long way off. To sum up, successive U.S. administrators have not only wiped out large numbers of American Indians, but also through systematic policy design and bullying acts of cultural suppression, thrown them into an irreversible, difficult situation. The indigenous culture was fundamentally crushed, and the intergenerational inheritance of indigenous lives and spirits was under severe threat. The slaughter, forced relocation, cultural assimilation, and unjust treatment in the United States committed against the American Indians have constituted de facto genocides. These acts fully match the definition of genocide in the UN Convention on Prevention and Punishment of Crimes of Genocide and have continued for hundreds of years to this day. It is imperative that the U.S. government drop its hypocrisy and double standards on human rights issues and take seriously the severe racial problems and atrocities in its own country. This was a darn good. I didn't expect for us, y'all, to take the whole show to cover this. I apologize, but it needed to be said. So this is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China. So shout out to Sister Copper Empress. She was the one that came with this information. This is very, very good, sis. Excellent find. A shout out to Sis Nonya for bringing this to the table. So finally, all I wants to say is the reason the Native Americans aren't taking it to the UN because they're not these people. It don't apply. They're not these people. The reason that your ADOS conversations and your BLM conversations are falling on deaf ears because you're having the wrong conversations. You're not using the proper tools. Okay? So consider this game. So this is why I can sit up here and talk my stuff when people be having these conversations about reparations. This just the second time we've brought something to the forefront. I told y'all years ago about A-drip and undrip. We went through that years ago. You're having the wrong conversations. Your foundational arguments are flawed. You don't have the right representation politically. You don't have the right people sitting at the table negotiating on your behalf. And as long as you keep doing those things, you gonna keep losing. Now, that's just for ADOS and that BLM matter. Black American Indians. Shout out to Sister Copper Empress. She didn't put you up on game. And I'm just reinforcing what she originally put you up on game on. There shouldn't be any questions. Mic dropped. There's no questions. So when I said what you gonna do about it, I meant what I said. So this was great stuff, fam. This was really, really Absolutely great stuff. Shoot, child, I didn't know it was this late. We fencing to wind on down. Nephew, you have any last words for the family? He didn't went on mute. And that's okay if you don't, nephew.
Is he still there?
Yeah, he's still there. He's just on mute. Sis, you have any last words for the family?
That was interesting. And to get it from the Ministry of China, Republic of China, it's like, I'm just kind of like flabbergasted. How come they put that out there? Because I know they know who we are. I know they know who we are, because Russia and China accepted a melanated boxer there, and
I remember all of that.
Yeah, and they said at least he's the real. That's oops, he's a real one. So I said, well, that's good. They know who we are. I don't know why they want to put that out for our benefit, because that is definitely for our benefit. And at least to wake us up out of our sleep and our slumber, if you're not already awake, because we didn't figure this out, but that was pretty good. But that rights to indigenous paper, that didn't float and have any weight at all, but that does, I'm sure, because it's straight out tells you where you go and attack if you go into claim. So that was really good. Thank you for bringing it to us. I was like,
it can't get no more clearer than this. Although we kind of went over this in A-Drip.
Yeah, we did that in A-Drip.
Yeah, we did it in A-Drip, but that was from the perspective of definitely you have a right to claim your nationality and your heritage. You have a right to practices. You have a right to set up these different infrastructures. So go check that out. Okay.
But
this one is so deep because it's telling you exactly how to attack it from an international law /UN perspective.
Yeah, it's straight on target. You can't miss it.
It can't get no more clearer than this.
No, it can't.
So all of these other arguments that these folks running around here talking about, and I've been telling y'all they are flawed. I wasn't just making it up. I just wasn't being spiteful.
No.
I was telling y'all that for a reason.
Yeah, A-Drip didn't carry any weight in court at all. None.
Who said it didn't?
It's zero.
Who said it didn't carry any weight in court?
Oh, Judge, she didn't pay no attention to it.
Who said it didn't hold it? No. I asked a question. Who said it didn't carry any weight in court?
A-Drip, those documents, the judge ignored them for either granting the rights to your property and stuff. So I presented it.
Okay, you did. Okay. Mm-hmm. Was you given a reason why it was ignored?
No, he didn't give a reason. He just ignored everything.
Mm-hmm. So what are you going to do?
Nothing. I left it alone. It's been a while ago.
Oh, okay.
It's their laws, maritime laws, and they don't care anything about who you are, because maritime is what took us down. So you just look at it and keep stepping. Because your rights under the Constitution or that UN should have been something he paid attention to, and he did not. It was filed in the documents too. They accepted
you need to throw that Constitution out the door. This is why. Wait, you're not listening. Give me grace to get off what I need to get off, because this is why Black people keep losing. I just spent 3 hours going over this document. I'm telling you what route you should go. And I'm not the first to say this. Shout out to the people that's been saying it for years. They told you what route you need to go.
Yeah, but that was years ago. This is new.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about your personal situation.
Oh, okay.
This has nothing to do with that. What I am telling you is the route to go, and when you go those other routes, why you're not going to win. And you're not going to win because you're not going the route I just told you to go. And I'm not going to sit up here and present it. I represent it. I just went over 3 hours telling you what to do. And if you can't translate these 3 hours that I done went over this documentation, that means you ain't ready to do the things that you need for a nation. See, I didn't just wake up out of the bed and come up with this shit. I meant what I said. You cannot run a nation if you can't run your household. You cannot run a nation if you can't run your block. If you can't get these basic concepts, you're not ready. And that's okay. Get ready. I'm telling y'all why you keep losing. Exactly, Nonya. Mm-hmm. No courts needed. That's why they keep losing. Exactly. All right, so nephew, you got any last words? If not, I'm gonna go to Sis Sandra for the last words.
Those are my last words.
Okay. All right, fam. Woo, child. That was a lot.
It's a pleasure. That's what I
didn't expect to spend the entire show going over that, but we needed to go over that. So shout out to Sis Divinity for the reparations, Memphis stuff. Okay. So Memphis, hope y'all got that game. Okay. So now you should see the flawedness, and Memphis is a little better than that shit California is talking.
Oh yeah. Okay. California, I don't think they're gonna pull that one off.
Well, already they're arguing over about stolen money or misappropriated funds. So
money, yes.
I was just sitting back. I think I had warmed me up some chicken wings and put me some chicken wings in the oven, and I was sitting there smacking on them wings during that live, like, ain't nothing new.
Well, he's trying to run for president.
BLM all over again.
Yeah, he's trying to run for president.
But that really has nothing to do with Newsom. It has everything to do with Black Americans going down the same fucking road they went through with the civil rights shit.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even put this on Newsom.
No, I mean, it's a political stunt for him for the rest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. For the Democratic Party, period.
Yeah, it's just a political stunt.
Okay, so we understand that they gonna do what they gonna do to survive. What the fuck is wrong with Black Americans? You keep letting them survive off of your back. And then you keep putting people out front that's supposed to be representing you that's on the take.
Yeah, big time.
So whose fault is that? That's y'all fault.
Well, that's insanity.
So Memphis, y'all should be up on game now. You should be watching this reparations stuff, and you should be clear. It's gonna go the same route because you're having the wrong conversation.
That was good paper.
You're standing on a faulty argument. Okay. So hope you all got value out of this. Shout out to Copper Empress. for bringing this information forward. And shout out to Sis Nonya for bringing it to the fam. So fam, child, that's it. Thank you all for hanging in there with us for overtime. We truly, truly appreciate it. Next week, I probably won't have a live show. I'll be out of town.
Good job.
Yeah, so I don't know. I probably won't. I got a bunch of stuff to do before I go out of town, so I'm not sure about next week's show. Probably more than likely no. So we won't be here next week. We'll be here the following week. Okay. So we'll still drop information throughout next week. But either way, thanks for hanging with us. I know this was long. We done went into overtime again. Shoot, 5-something hours again. So we appreciate you hanging with us. With that said, nephew, did you have anything? Do I hear you?
Yeah, he's there.
You got any last words?
Overall, I just want to thank you, Auntie, for hanging in there, going through this material. You made it very clear as to where we stand from Indigenous perspective. You made it very clear for the other groups and other members of the people that want this reparation.
I didn't want to get him that game. I promise you I didn't want to get him that game. Y'all better thank my nephew, because I wasn't finna give up that game. I was just going to read that article and be like, see, American Indians? See, I wasn't going to give up that game. You better be lucky that nephew gave up that game. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I got to go on and do it. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, simply that. So thank you for having the energy to bring it out in the first place.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to what was there right in front of us. Overall, to the fans, viewers, thank you for joining us. We got to realize it's up to you. The story is being written to remove, let's say, the truth, period, down and simple. It's been given to us so that we don't have an actual story to stand on in case our own story. They want us to identify with his story so that we can be part of the whole play that's being put in front of us. But once again, search within yourself, take Auntie's advice, do your genealogy, make sure you take your time to find out where you and your family was within this story, so that when you do read it again from their perspective, you can correct them without being mesmerized by what they're telling you in the written form. So thank you once again. We love you. And Auntie, enjoy your vacation. We'll see you whenever you're ready to come back and join us. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you, nephew. So thank you. Shout out to the YouTube family chat. Y'all were bringing it as usual. Okay. So
they were doing it.
Thank you all so much. And shout out to the one gentleman. He came in here and he was talking about he got his African slave records. So as we were going through this document, like boom, 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 he was like, oh, that's what it was. When we went to the slave voyage records, he said, wow, this the type of information that I didn't have. So shout out to you. So he got something out of it. So shout out to you. Shout out to the YouTube family watching. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to nephew. Okay. Shout out to you for joining us. Oh, Dick, why the hand clap and went, child, why the hand clap ain't working no more? I don't appreciate it. I'm giving you the hand clap, nephew. That ain't me. I don't appreciate it. There it is. There it is. It got a little funky there. So shout out to nephew. Thanks, nephew. Shout out to Sis Sandra. Thank you, Sis Sandra. Shout out to Sis Sandra.
Oh, you're welcome. I was reading some of these comments. I was into it.
Yeah, the comments, they be getting it. We got some smart people. They be really on it. They be really, really on it. So fam, we'll see you in 2 weeks. Don't forget to check the community wall. I try to put something up every day, whether inspirational or dropping a little tidbits. So, and I do appreciate you all's comments and feedback on that information as well. So that's pretty cool. That's what's up. But we'll see you in 2 weeks, fam. I wish everyone well. So with that said, we are Truth Uncompromised, and we're going to rock out with some music. So love you all very much, family.
Love y'all.
Love you too, Noah. Thank you. None your business. Love you too.